prices of Europe on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come, and if I die here for the resistance, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers, and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance, and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance, and those who died for liberty.
From all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
My daddy was a miner and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man?
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Don't scab for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Hello, everyone. Hello. How are we all? Are we well? I do hope so. We're doing Prime Minister's questions with no Justice of the MTGs. So you know, that's just what's happening. All right. There's no discussion of this. There's no fucking debate happening. We're gonna talk about how fucked Britain is, I suppose. Yeah, which should be fun. Are you looking forward to it, chat? I certainly am. I haven't set up my fucking stream deck yet. Bollocks. I'll do that in a second. Well, fuck it. We'll do it live. You know, in the words of noted sex offender Bill O'Reilly. Yes. Don't forget you can give me money if you wanted to. I don't know why you would, given how poor this is, but yeah. Do you like Labour tears? They are very yummy. You might argue that they're yum, you know. Rolled R's in comment. Oh yes, does he get to talk? Did they let a Scottish person talk? Good lord. What a time to be alive. A second nonce at the table. Exactly. Look, chat, name a more iconic duo. Labour together and noncing scandals. Just they go hand in hand. It's almost like they're monstrously evil people. And that this is naturally the kind of evil shit they get up to. Honestly, has there ever been a more vindicated man in the history of mankind than fucking Jeremy Corbyn? However imperfect a creature he is, he's just been proven, I mean, correct about everything, and also correct about all of the scumbags that fucked him over, you know? Kevin and NJ are an iconic duo. True, I mean, that is true, yeah. Also, my massive ass cheeks are an iconic duo. That's just a fact, okay? And you don't need to clap, because they already do. Thank you, Fosmos, who says, we should have a moment's silence for no McSweeney questions on PMQs now, anyhow. No, you fundamentally misunderstood what's happened. He's officially stepped down from his position, so he's not being paid by the public, at least completely. Although I presume he's going to get a fucking golden handshake, and that handshake is in the form of a hand job by the British taxpayer, naturally. Just like Mandelson, of course. But no, he's still basically this in charge of things. It's via proxy. It's a McSweeney question via his underlings. But there will still be McSweeney questions. The Politburo are not going to let go of the power they have. They're going to desperately cling to it like pathetic little fucking snakes they are, because of course the only thing they've ever cared about was faction. You know, he talked about putting country before party, but he doesn't care about either of those things. He cares about his faction of the party. That's it. A community train was just started on your channel. Is a community train like a hype train, but they just renamed it, I think. Thank you, NYC guy says, Oi Kev, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad are things in the UK about now, with 10 representing utopia? 2, maybe 3. Like, it could get worse, like we could be being bombed or something. But look, it's pretty bad. Yeah, no, it's not good. All I'll say is there have been multiple paedophile related scandals that have hit the British government in the last couple of days, which, like, yeah, and we're so fucked as a nation that hasn't brought the government down at time of recording. So you go pedo-geddon. that is horrifically true. That's oh god, that's so bad. This country's a shithole. It's not even Turf Island anymore. It's fucking Nonce Island. Jesus Christ. Hello there, Helena. How are you?
I'm sorry.
How are you?
Oh yeah, the sound cut out for me. Today. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Again, enjoying yet more drama at Star Metallis.
What's it like living on Nance Island? You know, it's an amazing thing, isn't it? It's lovely.
What humorous title have you given your stream today, Kev?
Get your Brits out.
Okay, I have gone with Sir, a second noncing scandal has hit the Labour Party.
Well, that's more apposite. Yes, that's more appropriate given the circumstances. I just went with the title of a fucking Kneecap song because I thought it was funny. You know?
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, there is a great GIF of one of the guys from Kneecap doing the Zoran Mamdani Ms. Rachel like
crying
baby crying
yeah.
crying GIF. That's going to come in so
well,
useful.
Well, that predated them doing it. Like,
well, yeah, of course, yeah. But it feels like that the Ms. Rachel Zoran Mamdani thing is now like the seminal.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because it's two people they absolutely hate, frame mugging them.
It's so true. They're so true. They're meme maxing. It's honestly good to see.
God, there was that fucking tweet from the other day about clavicular and all this, and you had all this alt-right like jargon in it, and I had to just say, look, I'm rarely proud of being ignorant of anything, but rarely am I've been so proud of not understanding a word of what that meant. It had things like foids, I don't know what that is, frame mugging and all this shit, and I was just like, oh, this is nonsense. This is rubbish.
Nonsense.
Quite literally.
I mean, although speaking of the crying gifs, the crying reaction gifs, it has been incredibly funny to use against the Labour right over the last few days, right? Like, there was a tweet about how apparently Joanna Baxter, which is this like new Labour wanker, who was appointed by a circular firing squad of the NEC members who are on the Labour right, getting each other safe seats, crying about Anna Sarwar, doing the obvious thing that makes sense for Scottish Labour to do, given that Westminster is what's tanking all of their poll ratings. Going, oh, there's such unbelievable level of treachery I've ever seen in my life. And I'm like, bitch, you were doing the treachery in 2017.
Literally, yeah, literally. Yeah, exactly. They're the biggest snakes that have ever existed. Although what I will say is that it's very funny that Anna Sarwar just did a racism there, mixed up two brown people. Terrible.
Aina Sarwar, don't you mean?
Aina Sarwar literally did the thing where, you know, in movies where one person starts clapping and then everyone else starts clapping. He was hoping it would be that. But no one else started clapping, so it was just him clapping. And everyone like, why are you clapping, you cunt? Shut the fuck up.
It's honestly. But yeah, watching these people just absolutely lose it. Like, again, like, they were the snakes. I'm like, has someone been bitten by their own nest of vipers? Or diddums?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fun. Another one was like Theo Bertram, this like Blairite aide who now is a fucking think tank director of the Social Market Foundation. Of course they fucking are.
Honestly, anyone who's ever worked for a think tank gets Tesco gulagged.
So true. He was tweeting out going, I feels like the ones who are most jubilant about the downfall of Keir Starmer are the Corbynites. I'm like, obviously? Oh, did you not think that there would be some kind of consequences or repercussions for the insane witch hunt?
Oh no, the people we stabbed in the front don't like us. No!
Oh no, what are the fleas? Why are the fleas so nasty to us? Oh, we're being bitten by the fleas.
Like, bitch, you'd literally fucking, your entire thing is, like, I was explaining this to chat before, it's not, look, you know how Keir Starmer said it was he wanted to put country before party? He doesn't care about either of those things because his entire his entire shtick, the entire Starmer Labour together fucking nest of vipery nonces have only ever cared about faction. So it's faction before party before country.
Yeah, quite literally.
Yeah,
like they're burning down not only their own party but the country. In service of a factional fucking war, right? It's crazy. It's insane behavior. Like if you're an alien who came down to Earth, didn't know it with any context, it would look like totally fucking insane, absolute insanity.
Well, yeah, and I had an American in chat. I know they exist, unfortunately, Americans. But they were asking, like, on a scale of 1 to 10 how bad it is, and I just had to sort of explain. We've had two paedophile or pedophile, if you're American, scandals in Britain, and it hasn't brought the government down yet. So, apparently noncing's just fine. Like, Jeffrey Epstein wouldn't have even suicided himself, definitely, in the UK. He'd have just been elected into the House of Lords. And when I say elected, I mean, of course, placed there.
Appointed,
Yeah, not elected.
Inserted.
Well, yes, indeed. And he, well, yes. Anyway.
Apparently, speaking of this, the funniest fucking tweet. Actually, I'm going to record this. It's me hilarious for TikTok.
Yeah, adults in the room, chat. Adults in the room. Unfortunately, sometimes there were non-adults in those rooms as well. We won't go into it.
So Matt Zarb cousin tweeted out earlier saying, "Well, looks like Labour have become the party of noncing now," and people in the replies going, "This is the kind of student politics that we changed the Labour Party to get rid of." And I'm just like, I mean, it's not exactly like highbrow, I will admit. And then, incredibly, Politico have reported that on the doorstep in Gorton and Denton, Labour canvassers have been told that they're the pedo party.
Because they are! They literally are!
So it turns out Matt Zarb cousin wasn't engaging in student politics. He was just totally fucking prescient of the reality of the minds of the country.
No, the people of Gorton and Denton are all fucking student politicians, all of them. What you need in Gorton and Denton is more adults in the room with children raping them because they're the nonce party.
But just
probably don't put that bit up on TikTok.
No, I won't do that because I mean, again, it's not actually. I mean, again, I guess the thing about this latest scandal is it was actually a Labour member that did the noncing this time.
Yes,
it's just the person who's implicated now is the person who campaigned for the person whilst they had been charged. They'd not been convicted at this point, but they were campaigning for them whilst they were awaiting trial.
Well, this is the thing.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be
Firstly,
shit.
I'll turn the alert box off because we don't need Gennaro Gattuso saying that thing 10 fucking times. But thank you for your generosity. Yes, this is the thing, right? You can tell they're all fucking lawyers because they're doing the lawyer thing of, well, technically they haven't been found guilty. Technically it hasn't been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Technically, no one cares. You're not in a law court. You're in the court of public opinion. The rules are very fucking different here. You don't get to, like, technically you can't prove it, so you just have to ignore it. No, people can see your noncy friends being noncy with other nonces noncing in a noncy way. So, like, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me whether the person elected to the House of Lords was a nonce, or was friends with a nonce, or defended a nonce. I don't give a fuck if Peter Mandelson did a noncing, or was just friends with the person who did a noncing. Legally speaking, there is an important distinction there, but in actuality, there isn't. If you're friendly with noncing, you're morally no better than the person who did the fucking noncing, and you can all fuck off together.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that the one thing that Keir Starmer and co were absolutely sure to try and make sure the public knew was they would end the Tory chaos and it would be sensible governance with probity in public office.
So much quiet. You can barely hear yourself. Yeah.
Exactly. They promise things to be quiet and it's just an absolute fucking deafening cacophony. Yeah. And I'm just like, you can't get away with this. Because, again, you can't just, like, whitewash your hands of appointing this person who remained friends with a nonce, having been told multiple times, a year in advance, that this was what they had done.
Yeah.
It's indefensible. It's totally fucking indefensible. And they think that they can just riz their way out of it.
Yeah.
And paper over these cracks. You can't.
And the fact
you
that
just can't do this. And you can't do this having previously promised that you would do the total opposite. It's not difficult.
Yep.
It's really, really not difficult. I need to impress upon everybody watching this. It's really not difficult to appoint people with these kind of skeleton-filled closets into high office. There is loads of people around the country. There are 70 million people in this country. Not all of them have these many skeletons in their closets, and yet somehow our political class seem fit to appoint the people who do to high office.
Honestly, there are people who sell fucking crack outside of schools who have better morality than the current British government. They just
than the whole political class.
Yeah,
like,
they're just the worst people on earth. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like outside of like some principal members of the Labour Party, the Greens, and like the SNP There's no. That's it.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your probity in public life.
Well, you know, I think it was Harold Wilson that said that the Labour Party is a moral crusade or it's nothing. New Labour is a nonce crusade or it's nothing. Just a fact.
Honestly, it's beyond parody. It really is beyond parody. But I mentioned this on stream before, which is the funniest bit, which is that they're going to be looking at the files relating to Peter Mandelson.
The paedophiles!
The pedophiles, not the British Isles.
Yes, classic callback. Brass eye for the win.
But they're going to be looking back through a lot of the stuff surrounding not just Mandelson himself, but New Labour.
Yeah.
More broadly, in terms of their relationships with Epstein back to 2002. Every single person who's had their grubby little piss-stained hands on the leadership of the Labour Party since 2020 is going to be implicated in this. There's so much of the Labour right is entirely like Nepo baby adjacent. Everyone's got links to each other, especially links to Mandelson himself. This could bring down an entire faction of the party, and the fallout from it will last for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, because there's going to be a drip of information coming out of the NSC about the reality of what they found from looking through these old documents.
Well, exactly. I mean, talking of drip, to move on slightly from the Labour Party to another level of evil that Jeffrey Epstein was involved in. It turns out he wasn't just a nonce, which is bad enough if he did nothing else. If the rest of his life was absolutely squeaky clean, that would be enough. But every piece of evil in the world he was a part of, including, did you know, he was one of the main reasons that microtransactions in gaming are a thing.
No, I did not know this.
People have been trawling through, because there are literally millions of files and there's no index. You can't just look through the ABC. Oh, where's microtransactions? M. Oh, there it is. No, you have to look through individually each fucking thing. It's awful, and the redactions are really bad and can be reversed in some cases. And in some files, some things are redacted and some things they're not. So you can just compare the two and find out who the person redacted it. Anyway, it's fucking madness. Journalists have been looking through these things, and the guy who was the head of Activision, Lutnick, Bobby Kotick, sorry, yeah, who we already knew was in the black book, in his contact books, and all fucking very friendly with him. It turns out that he'd emailed him Epstein had emailed with Kotick back and forth several times, and he was pressing him constantly, saying, we want to plug young people into an economy of microtransactions. You should do this in Call of Duty. You should do this, that, and the other. He was literally prodding him constantly to do microtransactions as a way of essentially hooking young kids into capitalism.
I mean, I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah, and absolutely. Can we get some lols in chat for Jeffrey Epstein?
Crab rave for Jeffrey Epstein, yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein being very dead. There's not a form of evil that prick wasn't involved with. Including, of course, being friends with... And I didn't realise, right? Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel, I didn't realise not only were they doing winky, we're not members of Mossad emails, did you know that he lived in Jeffrey Epstein's house for 5 years? Ehud Barak lived in his house for 5 years.
That's fucking crazy! And invited Isaac Herzog with him, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Look, but he's definitely a KGB asset. Don't look at any of his connections to any other countries. No, just Russia. Russia.
Speaking of Epstein file redactions,
yes.
So there is one very small win for the Labour Party, which also comes with a very big loss for the Labour Party, but it's funny either way. So Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie have been absolutely hammering the DOJ for their shitty redactions, right? Because they've essentially hidden the identity of a bunch of people directly implicated in the most fucking heinous crimes.
And it's Donald Trump. We know it's Donald Trump.
I mean, Donald Trump is clearly one of them, but they've managed to get 6 names unredacted for very high-profile messages where the perpetrator was redacted rather than the victim, which is against the rules of the legislation that was passed, the Jeffrey Epstein Files Transparency Act, whatever the fuck it's called, that passed through the House Oversight Committee. And
the Yum Yum Bill, yeah.
The email, there's a very important email that was going so viral specifically, which was someone saying, thank you for the torture video. This person has been unveiled.
Right, who is
This person has been unveiled as being Ahmed bin Suleiman, the chair of DP World. For people who don't know what DP World is, DP stands for Dubai Ports.
Yep.
So it's the like one of the state investment companies from the Emirates, right? And the director of it was exchanging torture videos with Jeffrey Epstein. This is the same company that Lou Haig was fired from the cabinet from for calling a rogue employer.
So, in case you wanted to know, which side the British government are on, they're on the side of the torture video industrial complex. Yeah.
But ironically, by accident, but not because they thought the Dwight Portswells were somehow like a scrupulous employer that they then had their opinions changed on. No, they just did. They thought that if they forced the Portswells to not break employment law in this country, it might lose them FDI. Yeah. That was their point. We can't have Lou Haig in the cabinet because she correctly calls out criminal companies for engaging in criminality, and that might hurt our foreign direct investment.
Well, and as we know, this government, if they're anything, it's pro-crime. That's just true. They just are. Okay.
Criminal.
They're the prime crimister.
Crime minister.
Crime minister. That works better, you prick. Jesus. Anyway, it literally rhymes. You stupid cunt. Right. Yes. Some of the revelations have been amazing, though. Did you see? Bill Gates one is incredible. About how he tried to, against her will, inject his now ex-wife, but at the time wife, Melinda, with some sort of fucking. I don't even know what it was, some sort of serum or something to protect her from the sexually transmitted diseases that he caught from the island. So,
I did see that.
So even though he's got STIs, he was still going to fuck his wife without a condom, That wasn't in question. No. He was just going to force inject antibiotics into her ass.
Like every single moral scruple you'd expect of a normal person, just again, these billionaires don't accept it. Again, being rich makes you evil, and being rich, as filthy rich as people like Gates or Musk in the world that we live in, is already ontologically evil. But on just like a basic personal level, they're also just monsters.
Without wanting to sound too much like a Marxoid, it also ultimately comes back down to a kind of capitalist thing. If you're prepared to financially exploit people, not just like in a petty bourgeois, like, oh, I own one shop and I employ 4 people way, in a kind of, I'm going to accumulate billions and billions and billions of dollars of other people's money, because that's what it is. It's essentially you're stealing some of the effort that people put into their work, right? You're creaming off that excess. Again, Marxist analysis and all that jazz. And to the tune of billions and billions of dollars, you ultimately don't see people as people, you see them as machines. You see them as things to be exploited. That's it. And so, once you're prepared to financially exploit people, what's the difference between that and fucking exploiting them? Or torture exploiting them? Or killing them? Because they're just they're just economic units. They're just dicks to be plugged into the world economy. That's it.
Yep. They're but commodities to be bought and sold on the market.
Yeah. They're not human beings with thoughts and feelings and dreams and emotions and wants and needs and all the rest of it. No. They're just tools to be manipulated and then discarded when unnecessary.
Yep.
And that's ultimately what it is. And these people need to be destroyed.
Gulags.
They need to be destroyed. Now, I don't mean literally in the sense that, some of them probably should be executed, but they don't necessarily need to be executed, but they need to be held away from polite society because they're not capable of functioning in freedom. They're just not.
Speaking of rich people who shouldn't be allowed to have freedom and are bad for society, should we talk about Jim Ratcliffe?
Oh, Jim Ratcliffe's a piece of absolute trash. Who'd have thunk it? Who'd have thunk it?
He is.
Yeah.
Wow, guy who everybody who lives in Manchester, or at least in West Manchester, I guess, absolutely viscerally despises, right? Really great HITC Stevens video about all of the crimes of Jim Ratcliffe in charge of Manchester United.
HITC Sevens, please.
7, sorry.
That's outrageous that you would mispronounce the greatest person to ever come out of Hull.
I literally watched that one video about that. I now follow the person who makes it, Alfie Harmer, but I've never watched a single other video from that channel other than the Man United one.
I think if you enjoy history and you enjoy football, definitely go and check out his video about the history of Bayern Munich and its connection. Originally, I didn't even realise because it's Bavaria and Nazis and shit. I thought it was all that. And apparently, it was started by Jewish people, which got totally erased. by the Nazis. But yeah, literally incredible story. Yeah, go and check all of that out. Anyway, Jim Ratcliffe, is the piece of shit who owns Ineos, which is just an awful company, and owns a controlling stake in Manchester United Football Club. Also, absolutely gutted on behalf of the United strand. The kid with the massive hair who's not going to cut his hair until they win 5 in a row. He got absolutely dick teased. Man United won 4 games in a row and then drew away at West Ham. Amazing shit.
He's never zone, right?
He's never cutting that fucking hair. It's never happening. He's just going to end up like cousin It. It's going to be ridiculous.
But at least the TikTok creator fund bucks will keep rolling in.
True, no, exactly. His reason to live is basically the hair at this point. Anyway, also he's got a sponsorship from Steak, so he's a bit of a cunt as well. But let's not go into it. So Jim Ratcliffe owns Manchester United Football Club, and he's just a fucking monster in every conceivable way. So, including, I presume you've got the clip of him going on about how immigrants are colonising or even colonising the country.
Yeah, let me DM you.
Yeah, he's a fucking monster. Here we go. And it's especially annoying because the people who are actually colonising the country are rich tax dodging
billionaires.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a Monegasque tax exile.
Yeah, which means he shouldn't be allowed in the country. So
which means literally he's literally a parasite. He literally takes money out of the city of Manchester and funnels it off into his own pockets outside of the fucking country. The rich are parasites and we should treat them like they are.
Also, his face looks like a wrinkly ball sack, I'm just saying.
It does look like someone's painted a sad face on the scrotum.
Yeah.
Good evening, one of the countries...
Oh, that is extraordinarily quiet.
Good evening. One of the country's leading businessmen has told Sky News he believes Britain has become colonised by immigrants. Jim Ratcliffe, the billionaire owner of Manchester United and founder...
Honestly, piece of shit. Give me 1 million migrants over this piece of absolute trash.
Imagine being so much of an arsehole, you're even worse than the Glazers.
Literally. They didn't think it could get worse. It did.
Of the chemical company Ineos made the comments in an interview.
By the way, just to go, as you mentioned the Glazers, I just want to mention, because it still blows my mind that this was ever legal. Do you know how the financial method they used to take over Manchester United? It was called a leveraged buyout, right? Which, I assume when you buy a thing, you give your money to the person who currently owns it in exchange for that commodity, right? No. A leveraged buyout was they got a deal with a bank, which was essentially a loan based upon the future earnings of Manchester United Football Club, which they at the time did not own. So basically, Manchester United fans and the sponsors thereof bought Manchester United for the Glazers.
I mean, this is how rich people make all of their money, really. It's all just kind of leveraging assets to pay down more debt, to be able to buy more assets, and then to continue that ad infinitum as long as they continue accruing and appreciating in value, right?
Yeah, it's not even capitalism. Like, honestly, the person who would despise modern capitalists more than anyone is the father of capitalism, Adam Smith. He would despise these people because this isn't free trade. This is gangsterism dressed up as legitimate commerce.
Well, it's exactly the kind of stuff that Graeber talks about in Debt, right? That's exactly the kind of stuff that he talks about. And it's probably a good reason why there were plenty of religions that banned usury.
Yeah, well, Christianity used to, and then they went, let's ignore that bit of the Bible. Let's ignore that. Like, there is a reason that a lot of Jewish people got involved in banking in Europe. It's because, literally, Christians refused to lend to other people on the basis of interest, because it was against the fucking rules of the Bible. Jesus specifically said it was legal, you know.
But they basically forced you to do it, essentially.
Yeah,
they didn't have much of a choice, right? Like, lots of people look at this kind of preponderance and go that it was somehow some kind of plot so that Jewish people installed themselves in a powerful position. No, they were forced there.
Yeah.
They were forced to do it because Christians and later Muslims needed them to be able to do it because they refused to do it because of their religious beliefs.
And again, but both religions have now just gone, yeah, no, that's fine, actually. We can just ignore the usury bits in the Bible and the Quran. It's fine.
It's so true. Like, look at Saudi Arabia.
Also, by the way, Christians, you should also follow the kosher laws. Again, Jesus specifically says you should. And you don't. Just saying. You're going to hell for eating a bacon sandwich. Get used to it, you know?
Also worth pointing out, as the owner of Ineos, Jim Ratcliffe's also at least partially responsible for how fucked Grangemouth is.
Literally true, yes, yeah. And indeed the drug scandals in the Ineos bike, the cycling team as well.
Really? I didn't know about that. What's that about?
Well, he owned the team that was formerly Sky Team Racing with Bradley Wiggins and all of that shit. He bought those and took them over, and they went from being reasonably clean to very much a bit more on the kind of Armstrong end of things, let's say. Because it's just corruption. Again, billionaires don't care about the rules. They don't care about fairness. Like, if there's one group of people who hate an actually competitive market, it's capitalists.
Oh, 100%. Well, the goal of any capitalist is to take a competitive market and make it uncompetitive. Richard Wolff talks about this all the time, right? Like, this is what Amazon do. They underprice their product as a loss leader to try and maximize their sway in the market. They generate a monopoly, then hike up the prices and ensure people have nowhere else to go.
Yep. Yeah.
So I want to say thank you, Muna Hassan, for the $20. Says, want to say, as in someone you remember, I'm living for these regular streams. Great work. I appreciate the kind words and the donation. Much appreciated.
Indeed. Yes. Thank you, Lord Fritos, for gifting memberships. Thank you, everyone, for the community train, which I think is just the hype train, but they renamed it to make it sound different, but it isn't. And thank you, Carl Brown, for memberships. Thank you, Goatboy, for 10 gifties earlier. Much love to you. Yes, anyway, let's take a look at this fucking leather couch-faced cunt.
Sky's economic editor, Ed Conway. Let's go live to Antwerp, and Ed joins me now. Good evening, Ed. So what has Jim Ratcliffe been saying?
Well, I'm really glad that we've gone to Antwerp to get an information about how the UK is doing. This is definitely someone who has the UK's best interests at heart from Antwerp, which is in Belgium, in case you didn't know.
Yeah, well, we're here in Antwerp, and it's the European Industry Summit, and the idea behind this summit is you've got lots of different business leaders, particularly when it comes to chemicals and high energy use.
How much nonsense do you think is going on at this conference?
I mean, there must be plenty of people whose names are in the Black Book at this conference.
Oh, yeah. No, this is a Jeffrey Epstein covering your arse gathering at this point, I think. A lot of very sweaty nonces in that room.
Industries talking to politicians, and so you've had the Chancellor of Germany, you've had the President of France as well. It's been kind of...
Yeah, talking of wankers, the President of France and the Chancellor of Germany were there. Cool.
You know, a big moment. And we were kind of expecting, we had an interview planned with Sir Jim Ratcliffe, one of the richest people in the UK, very influential as well, and outspoken about certain issues, but he doesn't give that many interviews. And we expected most of it to be about chemicals and the chemical sector, and some of it was. But then later, towards the end of the interview, he clearly wanted to talk about the state of the UK, not just the economy, but what's going on in the social system. And here's what he said to us.
If you really want to deal with the major issues of immigration, with people opting to take benefits rather than working for a living, if you want to deal with that, then you're going to have to do some things which are unpopular and show some courage.
And has this government done that?
No, I think they I don't know whether it's just the apparatus that hasn't allowed Keir to do it, or he's maybe too nice. He's a nice... I mean, I know Keir, he's a nice man, I like him.
Enough said.
Literally so true. It is so funny how all the worst people in politics trying to convince you that Keir Starmer is a decent and honourable man.
Like, I can't think of a better burn on Keir Starmer than Jim Ratcliffe being like, I know him, he's a lovely guy.
Literally so true.
Honestly, there's nothing more damning. Like, it doesn't matter what comes out in the Epstein files. That is the most damning thing that you need to hear about Keir Starmer.
But it's a tough job, and I think you have to do some difficult things with the UK to get it back on track, because at the moment I don't think the economy is in a good. You can't afford you can't have an economy with 9 million people on benefits. And
what we need is slavery. Can we reinstitute some slavery, please?
I mean, it's like they just live in a different reality where somehow our welfare state is generous in a way that other ones in Europe aren't, when the reality is totally opposite. European welfare states are significantly more generous than ours, and they have higher labour force participation than we do. We're a uniquely sick nation, and part of that, of course, is the fact we're sick because of the NHS being slashed to the bone and reorganised with the Lansley reforms and shit like that, of course. But on top of this, we just also have like a serf culture where we allow people like Jim Ratcliffe to dictate our politics to us, despite the fact that people are on welfare. Lots of people in welfare are in work because motherfuckers like this pay us absolute pennies.
Yeah. I didn't vote for him. Yes, absolute piece of a piece of work, I think it's safe to say. Yeah, a mad shit. Also, I imagine, much like Elon Musk, who is a person who's anti-benefits and blah blah blah, but has hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, in government contracts. Biggest welfare fucking princess ever. I imagine Ineos have significant government contracts. Therefore, who is really suckling on Westminster's teat, Mr. Jim?
And on top of this, we also have like the biggest welfare scroungers in the world, and they use their benefit money to pay for their son's fucking hush money for the nonsense he's been doing.
Can we get some lols in chat for Lizzie still being in a box? In a box. Lizzie is in a box.
In a box.
Huge levels of immigrants coming in. I mean, the UK is being colonised. It's costing too much money. It will cause.
It's been colonised.
It'll cause. Well, yeah. The UK is being colonised by immigrants, really, isn't it?
No, you reactionary cunt. No, it is not.
No, obviously colonisation is forceful. These people were welcomed. That was state policy.
And
they were given the.
They were welcomed in because rich bastards wanted a surplus of labour.
I mean, really, the bottom half of the economy needed people to do actual productive work, because otherwise we'd become a retirement home with a financial sector attached to.
No, but that's the point, is that they wanted a surplus of labour to try and, ideally, in their eyes, keep the proles down. Because if there are fewer people doing those jobs, or fewer people chasing those jobs, the wages naturally increase. That's supply and demand, basic economics.
I mean, but the demand also goes up, though. Like, the more people you have working, the more things are being built. Therefore,
no, I'm not suggesting
jobs are available, right?
I'm not suggesting that they necessarily had that in mind. I'm saying that a lot of capitalists pushed for this because they thought they wanted a surplus of labour to keep wages down. Whether or not that actually happened in reality is a different matter. That's the reason that these people were welcomed in. The fact that we didn't have more stringent immigration rules and all the rest of it, the fact that the Boris wave happened, is because we had fucking fruit rotting in fields because no one was picking it. So he brought in 1 million people in a fucking year to do those manual jobs that people didn't want to do because the wages are shit, the conditions are atrocious, and I mean, which really needs to be looked at, by the way. I don't know how that can ever be legal, but you know, they get away with it, and so the British people weren't prepared to do it. That's why they've been welcomed in. They wouldn't been welcomed in because the British people wanted it. It's because billionaire cunts like Jim Ratcliffe wanted it.
Yeah, that is also true. That is also true. But again, it's also very interesting. He says the UK has been colonised. I'm like, okay, so you think someone moving from somewhere to somewhere else for potentially financial reasons is a bad thing? Why'd you move to Monaco?
I was about to say, yeah. You don't live here anymore, do you, Jim? You're not naturally French, are you? Or Monacoese?
Monegasque.
Monegasque. Oh, wow, lovely stuff. Demonyms for the win.
That's what you get from watching. That's what you get from watching too much Formula One.
Well, yes, there you go. See, this is why we get on, I think, because sport is the only reason I understand anything to do with geography. When someone mentions a foreign place, I know the football team there. That's it. You know what I mean? Anyway, so yeah, like you're not naturally that, are you, Jim? You're saying how terrible it is that we're being colonised by economic migrants, says the economic migrant.
Well, exactly, and that's the thing, right? Is that in the world that these oligarchs want is a captive labor force for them to be able to exploit, but total freedom of movement for them and their oligarch pals.
What they want is serfdom. They want slavery. Again, the reason that Adam Smith would despise these people, because Adam Smith, the supposed founder of, or the kind of godfather, if you will, of capitalism, was the actually progressive person, right? Capitalism was, as Karl Marx rightly fucking pointed out, was the development of human civilization from serfdom. It was the next step. It was the progressive force because it took the power of kings and gave it at least into the power of industry and liberal democracy to some extent, right?
I mean, like there's basic Marxist analysis, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
People
Yeah.
say that somehow, like Marxists thinks capitalism. Sorry, I'll start that sentence again with the correct syntax, right? People deride Marxists as if we think that capitalism is evil. I'm like, no, we think that it's bad for X, Y, Z reasons, but we also perceive it to be necessary, not just in being a step that is significantly greater than feudalism, but creating the productive forces necessary to build socialism.
Yeah.
We don't think of it as evil. We think of it as negative utility compared to alternative systems.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was the progressive force of its age, and so if you look at the writings of Adam Smith and his acolytes, they view capitalism very differently than capitalism has turned out. Partly because they didn't have any kind of Marxist analysis of that economic system, but regardless of that, they saw it as they wanted a genuinely free market. And if we had a genuinely free market, I think things would be significantly better. But of course, people don't. In a free market, it allows people the freedom to make the market unfree, which is the problem.
Yeah. Yep. Literally. So true. I mean, like, it's so funny looking at the liberals of today and them being so squeamish at the idea of large-scale change. I'm like, you only have the liberal society that you love at this point in time because heads fell off, right?
Yeah, literally. Look, the people do this. The liberal hates every revolution that's currently happening. Right? It's literally true. You wouldn't have your freedoms if some French peasants didn't cut off a king's head 250 years ago. That's just that's a fact. The French Revolution unleashed forces across the entire world that led to the current freedoms that you have, along with lots of other things. But that was a really pivotal moment. The revolutions of 1848, the revolution of 1917 in Russia, all the rest of it. Okay, actually the perfect example I think is something like Martin Luther King in America. They're fine with him now because he's dead. He can't actually affect things today, so they can all sit there and say how fucking wonderful he was, because he can't affect things today. His acolytes today, the people he would agree with today, who are saying the things that he would be saying if he were alive today, are viewed as evil, communist scum who need to be destroyed. The liberal hates every social progressive force that is currently taking place, whilst taking advantage of and in some case celebrating those of the past. Literally, the perfect example, Jesus Christ. Do you remember the day that they prescribed Palestine action in Parliament?
Yeah.
Was the same day that they were celebrating the, I think it was the 100th anniversary of the passing of the voting rights bill that allowed women to vote, right? And so they were all
upper-class women to vote, right?
Well, upper class women and universal-ish male suffrage and all the rest of it, right? And they were wearing literally the suffragette colours, right? They had the green,
the sashes,
and all the rest of it. As they were voting to make it illegal to spray paint a fucking plane, right? To make that terrorism. That they made that terrorism whilst wearing the sash of people who literally sent fucking letter bombs to people. Like, they sent letter bombs to people. They fucking attacked people. They destroyed private property. They threw themselves under the king's fucking horse at the Derby. Like, these people are fucking insane. Because it's fine now, because the suffragettes aren't a threat to the current status quo, because they've been dead for 50 plus years at least. You know?
I mean, the population of the UK was 58 million in 2020. No, it's 70 million. That's 12 million.
It wasn't 58 million. That's a lie. We have not increased by 12 million in 5 years. That's a lie. That's just a lie. I'm sorry, no, it's a lie. It was 60 million pre-2020. Pre-COVID, it was over 60 million.
Yeah.
You're just full of shit, mate.
You met recently with Nigel Farage, didn't you?
I did.
Do you think that they would be a good government?
All I'll say is, as a student of history, lots of capitalists welcomed the advent of fascism in Europe. I'll leave you to draw the current comparisons to the billionaire we're currently watching welcoming fascism's rise today.
No, of course, that's always been the case. I mean, Gary Stevenson has talked about this at length. Ironically, it seems, iterating it from first principles. That's what I love about Gary Stevenson. He may not get everything right. I may not agree with him with everything, but he's kind of iterated a materialist Marxist perspective just from being in the belly of the beast and realizing how it all works.
Yeah.
Realizing the way in which material incentive drives how people's brains works, and gone, well, actually, they have a material incentive to try and prevent the overthrow of the oligarchs via supporting fascist movements because it saves them from being treated like the enemies that they truly are. He's been iterating it from first principles. It's been really interesting to see.
Would you say that fascism is just capitalism in decay?
Maybe. It might be that.
If they were to win the next election?
I think Nigel is an intelligent man, and I think he's got good intentions, but in a way you could say exactly the same about Keir when Keir came in. But, I think...
Again, I can't think of a more damning indictment of Keir Starmer. Yeah.
You are just as good in my eyes as Nigel Farage.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. Oh, you know what? In that sense, I agree with you, Sir Jim. Yeah, I think they are just as good.
Terrible. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Warren Arker in chat points out they want closed borders for labour, but open borders for capital, and that's how you create sweatshops.
Literally, yeah, 100%. Whereas, of course, it should be, to a certain extent, the other way around.
Yeah.
It needs somebody who's prepared to be unpopular for a period of time to get the big issues sorted out.
To be fair, Keir Starmer has been unpopular his entire premiership. So, but that hasn't worked, has it, Jim? He's the most, if your thing is you need to be unpopular, well, he should be the most successful prime minister ever because he's the most fucking hated prime minister ever. I don't think that's the answer, Jim. I think actually what you need to do is policies that would make you popular, and therefore people will get behind you and make those policies work.
What's really funny is he's going to be unpopular even more so for two reasons. Because he's tried to appeal to a right-wing base that he doesn't have by being hawkish on migration, right? Whilst appealing to a base that he has won over, i.e. the centrist types, by promising economic growth. And these two things are incompatible.
Not just that, but appealing to that very centrist group by also trying to be open with the European Union, which instantly lose him any possible support he would have had from the group that were attracted by, the fucking rivers of bloodshed.
Which is hilarious, because again, as I said before, we're now probably going to look into net negative migration at some point in the future because of the incredibly draconian rules that Labour have instituted, right? Because again, there is popular support for it. This isn't untrue. It's not
and the fact that lots of skilled people are now leaving as well.
Also true, right? This is what the electorate wanted. They kept saying that they wanted it, and the government is giving it to them, regardless of whether or not it's going to be good for the country. And so what's going to happen is, having promised economic growth for so long, we're going to end up in a permanent recession because of a permanently aging demographic. As again, we turn into a retirement home with a financial sector attached to it.
Yep.
And people will revolt as their living standards collapse. Because it's totally unsustainable. It's completely unsustainable because no one at any point has bothered laying out the stark choices to the voters and asking them to choose.
Yeah.
Because Nigel Farage has made a political career of saying all the economic problems are the fault of migrants. And I'm just like, if you'd have looked at the last 15 years of economic data, you would realise the only multi-factor productivity growth that we have had in this country has come from an increasing size of the labour force.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's given us any growth throughout the period of austerity.
The Nigel Farage, his entire political project is, because we want to do a racism, let's shoot ourselves in the dick. That's it. Let's economically fucking castrate ourselves on the basis that we want to do racism.
He said so. He literally admitted it too in the run-up to the Brexit referendum, going, we might be poorer, but that's worth it for our sovereignty. He admitted he would be happy to make you poorer.
And that's it, yeah.
Would be my view.
It's worth just saying, he talked about, Sir Jim Ratcliffe there talking to us just a moment ago, he talked about immigration levels or population levels in the UK at 2020 being 58 million. That's wrong. It wasn't 58 million in 2020, it was 58 million back in the year 2000. But
just a crazy... What's 20 years between friends? Really? Come on now. Well, look, it's amazing how he manages to make money when his mathematics is that fucking poor.
Well, it's frustrating to me how, again, another thing that Nigel Farage says is we need business minds in government to run the country like a business. And I'm just like, okay, you'll have a failed state because running a business and running a country are totally different things. Yep. And there are plenty of people who run businesses who haven't got a fucking clue.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exhibit A.
Yeah, literally, yeah. Almost as if he's a lying piece of shit or something, you know? Crazy. Anyway, did we have any more on this, or shall we...
Go to PS2 PMQs. Well, I'll say Munna Hassan is requesting that we do a live show, Kevin.
This is a live show. What?
As in IRL.
Oh, okay. Maybe. I'd have to leave my house though, and
we could play snooker afterwards.
Fuck it, let's do a live show playing snooker. I'll show you all how
bad
I am.
Let's go.
Well,
yeah,
you know what looks really flattering? Me, a fat cunt bending over a table. Yeah, honestly, if you want sexual appeal, don't watch that live show. Anyway, yes, PMQs. Literally the nest of vipers and Jenny, who's awesome. Although I don't know if she's in attendance today because I haven't seen it. But...
There was one incredible moment at the end of PMQs that's well worth watching the whole thing for.
Are we talking about Brummie legend Ayub Khan?
We are.
Legend.
So first of all...
Why is it always very quiet, YouTube, you cunt?
We now go to one said Toby Perkins for Prime Minister's questions. Number one, sir. Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, brackets, at time of recording.
Lettuce at the ready.
Exactly.
I just said I didn't know the Prime Minister was that popular on this side.
Mr. Speaker, can I start by saying this? My thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House, are with the 2 children stabbed at Kingsbury High School in Brent. And my heart goes out to everyone affected by this appalling attack. We thank the police for their rapid response. It's important now that we give them the space to pursue their investigation. And Mr. Speaker, this morning I conveyed the UK's deepest condolences to Prime Minister Carney and the people of Canada for the devastating shooting in Tumbler Ridge. Mr. Speaker,
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
It was a secondary school
called
Tumbler Ridge, where there was a school shooting.
Oh fuck! Okay, well.
I mean, the Tumblr kids were eventually going to cause a riot after the porn was banned.
Oh, for fuck's sake! I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Tumblr, the other Tumblr. Right, okay. Exactly. If you can't let off steam, you're going to let off lead. Yeah, fact.
I'm determined to fix the broken SEND system. No parent should have to fight for the support their child needs. Today we announced a 10-year plan to fix the crumbling school estate that we inherited, delivering a more modern and inclusive classrooms that meet the needs of every child. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues. Now, there's been quite a few...
Also, he's really annoyed that those kids died, because they could have been raped by his member of the House of Lords. You know? Like, they need a ready supply.
No, the friend.
Sorry, the friend of members of the House of Lords, yeah. Like, they need a constant... It's the same with the Catholic Church. They're against abortion, because, like, they need a steady flow, right? Just saying.
What's frustrating too is the I've seen loads of Americans talk about how, oh well, a good guy with a gun would have stopped that in Canada. I'm like, this is like the one fucking school shooting they've had in decades, compared to one that happens every fucking week in America.
Yeah,
like,
where are the good guys?
It's a big deal.
Where are the good guys with guns that stopped the American shootings? Can you point to any that have ever been stopped by a good guy with a gun?
And it's such a big deal because of how infrequent it is.
Yeah, like it doesn't happen here. You don't need good guys with guns. It's nonsense. Like, crazy, but the fewer guns you have, the fewer gun-related deaths you have. I'm sorry if that breaks your brain, America, but that's just true.
Those this week. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious that I had the yum-yum friend of a pedo. The Westminsters is the big boys club where we can laugh about the rape of children.
Thank you. I'd like to associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks there.
Big
the
lad!
Prime Minister's commitment to
I'm desperate,
1.5 million more
I'm
homes.
desperate, Kev.
Yeah.
For someone to start with by going, I would like to not associate myself with the Prime Minister's comments.
Yeah.
What a dickhead.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'd like to not associate myself with that because I'm pro-terrorism, so I'm glad that they killed those cunts. Do you know what I mean? Just give it some.
Shake it up.
Exactly, yeah.
Will require 48,000
Yeah, fuck them kids. I'm glad they got fucking slaughtered. Prick.
new entrants to the construction industry every year. In Chesterfield, we're doing our bit. The Construction Skills Hub brought 70 new entrants into the construction sector.
That's true. As Charlie Brooker pointed out, Hitler shooting himself was the only example of a good guy with a gun.
Oh, true. So true.
We did see a welcome increase in numbers across the country last year, but we need a step change. We need numbers to double. So can the Prime Minister tell the House what steps he is taking to get more people to commit to construction industry careers and get those numbers up where we need them to deliver on his housing ambitions?
Well, even though he just resigned, we've had our first Morgan McSweeney question of the day. That's always good.
It didn't take long.
Yeah, because even though he's resigned, he's still in charge. Like that's still. It's just now he's having to do it via proxy, via WhatsApp to his mate. You've just added an extra step to the process. That's all.
Prime Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is right. The task of rebuilding our country is a huge opportunity to give young people a brilliant career. And we're backing apprentices with a record £3 billion budget. And we're making sure companies who bid for major contracts commit to high-quality apprenticeships here in the United Kingdom. And, Mr. Speaker, we're creating 13,000 new opportunities for young people as plumbers, engineers and bricklayers, securing their future and rebuilding this country.
We come to the leader of the opposition, Kemi Ben.
Oh?
Don't you mean a clean energy technician? Not plumbers. We don't call them that nowadays.
No, I call them elitist plumbers.
Elitist middle class AstraZeneca wife plumbers.
True. Yeah. Aristocratic plumbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who's this? What? And why are they sat next to the
Apparently
sat next to the legend Mark motherfucking Francois, bitches? Yes, sex on tiny legs.
What I think what's crazy, Kemi Badenoch is now the favoured prime minister in all head-to-head matchups. Crazy.
That's amazing.
Crazy.
I mean,
people answering because they don't know who she is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, literally, if you put up like, let's say Dave from down the road versus Keir Starmer, Dave would win. Because literally, the fact that he could be an evil bastard, but like we know the guy in charge is already an evil bastard, so let's open the mystery box of Dave. You never know.
And can I associate my side of the House with the Prime Minister's words on the horrific stabbing in North London yesterday, as well as the shooting in Canada? When he was leader of the opposition, the Prime Minister said, and I quote...
Also, when did Mark Francois get onto the front benches? I was doing a joke about him being sexy, but like, what position does this fucking freak have? Do we know? What does he do? Oh my God.
I never turn on my staff. When they make mistakes, I carry the can. What changed?
But as the great beast of Bolsover pointed out, when things fuck up, the posh boy sacks the help.
So true, so true.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've accepted responsibility and apologised for the mistakes that I made. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Morgan McSweeney helped me change our party
into the most unpopular government of all time. Yep.
And I get it. He later on in PMQs he says, I sacked the leader of my party. I expelled him. Yet Liz Truss is still a member, and I was like, oh, so you're admitting that you replaced somebody who had no connection to anybody, who'd been friends with anybody, who'd done noncing, and replaced it with people who had?
Yes. Yeah, you replaced non-nonces with nonces, yes. As he said, the door is open, the non-nonces can leave.
And help me win a landslide election victory.
And 34% of the vote. Just saying.
Which delivered for them the smallest Tory party in over 100 years. And what's her great achievement? To make it even smaller.
Can we not?
There's the adults in the room there.
The whips have done a great job today. This is like the 37th. Oh, you said, yeah, exactly. Done a great job today getting them cheering. We all know that they've been sick for the last week. Because let's remember, Mr. Speaker, just last week.
Just to point out, they had a Parliamentary Labour Party meeting and they orchestrated a round of applause for him.
Yeah, 37 seconds long.
Yeah. They applauded his nonce connections.
It was really funny, like people like saying, oh, clearly this shows a vote of confidence in the Prime Minister. I'm like, well, yeah, because these people were all self-selected by McSweeney, Starmer and Mandelson. Of course they're applauding him.
Yeah, they don't have a problem with Mandelson. Mandelson chose them. Yeah. Also, they're not going to bring down the government because they know if there's a general election, they all will lose their fucking job. So,
true.
Yeah, why?
Well, again, people keep... I keep seeing Starmer say, well, there's no one who's better to lead than Keir, and we can't risk another election. I'm like, there's not going to be another election.
No.
There's an 170-seat majority. You're just going to be replacing Keir Starmer with literally anybody. Yeah. And I can't imagine anyone would do worse than the most unpopular government ever.
Yeah.
Literally ever.
Who's this person on screen? That's Kenneth Bad Enoch. This Kenneth lad is I think he's a workshare or something. I don't know. Apprentice? Is he an apprentice? I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah.
That's the long and short of it.
Yeah. Like they're so irrelevant they don't even have a Wikipedia page. You know.
Just last week, he told us that he had full confidence in his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney. On Sunday, he sacked Morgan McSweeney. Last week, he resigned. Yes. Last week, Mr. Speaker, he was defending the Cabinet Secretary. Now he is sacking him. What changed?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in January, she said she had full confidence, 100% confidence, she said, be no more defections from her party. 48 hours later, the Shadow Foreign Minister defected. 8 days after that, the former Home Secretary defected. The only question now is, who's next? She needs to wake up. Her party is dying.
No. Look, stop fighting. You're both equally shit and dying.
I mean, it's infuriating because people really do want to see somebody talking about good things for the country, right?
Yep.
And or potentially even admitting wrongdoing and using it as a way of trying to engage in some humility.
Yeah.
Right?
There's been plenty of humiliating this week, to be fair.
So true. But like, show some humility and just go like, yeah, well, turns out we looked at the reality of what happened, and at the time I had confidence, but once we'd had a discussion, we felt that it was best he stepped down because of the bad advice that he gave, and we admit fault in this government, which you didn't do in the last one, given that you crashed the economy into Liz Truss, right? Like, admitting fault is the thing that you should do here, but going, oh, your party is full of defections.
Well, not just that, but look,
that does no one any favours.
It does no one any favours, and of course doesn't fulfil the actual point of Prime Minister's questions. She was, I mean, we all understand the political game that's being played, but the actual question from the Kenneth, was it, of the technically leader of the opposition, who literally asked the question, why did you sack the cabinet secretary? which is like a pertinent question to ask. And his answer was, defections, and then sat down. I'm sorry, that's not an acceptable answer. It's a perfectly reasonable thing to ask the Prime Minister. Why did you get rid of your cabinet secretary? That's a question that the public have an interest in, or at least they might not be interested in it, but they have an interest in knowing the information.
It is of public interest, yeah.
And he didn't answer. He didn't even begin to answer. Like, what's the point of this then? This is a fucking charade.
I mean, at this point, you point out that maybe there's not the questions people wanted asking. I mean, I think that every single PMQ should be what Corbyn did in his first PMQs, which was ask the public for suggestions for questions to ask, so that the Prime Minister had to answer directly to the public rather than to the special interests of the opposition leader. Yeah.
Oh my God, Holland Q with the perfect analogy. This is just two dignitas patients throwing shit at each other. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, last one out the job centres are nonce.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is demonstrating stratospheric levels of delusion if he thinks the problem is on this side of the House. And he didn't say anything about why the Cabinet Secretary is going. We know the truth. It is because he is throwing everyone under a bus except himself. And, Mr. Speaker, the Mandelson episode was not an isolated incident. A few weeks ago, he announced a peerage for one Matthew Doyle, his former Director of Communications. Immediately after that, the Sunday Times published on the front page that Doyle campaigned for a man charged with child sex offences. Yet, despite the Prime Minister knowing this, he gave Doyle a job for life in the House of Lords anyway. Why?
You're not going to question the job for life bit? That's fine. No, don't need to reform that at all. No.
I mean, to be fair, they are Conservatives. It is part of their ideology to fucking keep ancient and decaying institutions alive for no good reason other than we've always had them.
Including, of course, themselves, the Conservative Party.
True. I mean, it's going to be funny. Even if Reform do win the next time, it's going to be good to watch the Conservative Party fucking evaporate from history.
True.
Well,
much like, I mean, the Liberal Party sort of limped on for a good 50 years after they were basically dead, with like 5 MPs. Yeah. So I think it'll be like that. Then they might morph into a kind of Conservative SDP Liberal Alliance situation or something, you know.
I mean, Ed Davey and Daisy Cooper were explicitly saying they've put out a public call for Tories to join the Lib Dems.
Well, yeah, because that's the natural home for actual Conservatives. Yeah. Rather than the weird, like, fascism that they're trying to do now. Actual, like, one-nation conservatism, albeit from a party that's very pro-EU, so that's a bit of a weird mixture, but whatever.
One Nation Conservatives are pro-EU. They always were. Look at Ken Clarke.
I don't think they're necessarily... Well, I mean, Ken Clarke is pro-rejoining the European Union, but I don't think a lot of other... necessarily One Nation Conservatives are at this point. I think they've accepted Brexit as a reality.
I mean, I think that's true. I think, but if there was another referendum because it had public support, they would campaign for Remain. A lot of them would.
I think a lot of them would, yeah. Because people forget, of course, the official Conservative Party's position at that referendum was to remain in the European Union. People forget that. There used to be a Conservative Party that was actually, in some extent, pro-European Union-ish.
I mean, there's a couple of kind of things that are pulling apart internally of that stuff, right? If you like free trade, for example, which Tories do, then internally within the EU it's good. But if you want to have broader free trade and are indeed an absolute cuck to the United States, free trade with Europe comes with protectionism elsewhere. You get access to the internal market whilst losing access to external markets because of the protectionist nature of the EU externally with countries like China and India.
Yeah.
So that if you wanted to sell us out to become a sweatshop of the world, like the countries that are out that the European Union protects its own industry from, then you'd also support Brexit at that same time.
Yes.
So that's why I think that's why a lot of One Nation Tories support EU stuff, because it's kind of broadly free trade with other rich countries, whilst protecting yourself from having labour undercut by Bangladesh.
And also they're kind of snobby towards America. Which, like, is fair enough because America is dog shit, but like...
I will happily admit that my snobbery towards America is a conservative position that I hold.
Yeah, exactly. That is the most right-wing thing you believe in, is fuck America or something.
I guess it's not even necessarily right-wing, but it's certainly conservative, It's certainly conservative in kind of a broader sense of
Like,
kind of civic national pride, right?
I'll put it this way to Americans: like, you obviously have your own aristocracy. Like, you literally have a kind of weird king that was born into that position as the president right now. But the poshest American is looked down upon by the scummiest Britain.
As they should.
Yeah, like we consider you to be like, you know, colonial filth. We wouldn't wipe you off our shoes. We would just burn the shoes.
And of course, there are a lot of One Nation Tories who support the EU purely on the grounds of Western fucking chauvinism. The EU is representative to them of like the political project of Europe being the cradle of civilization, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Despite the fact that actual civilization was born in the Middle East whilst we were throwing shit at each other in the Dark Ages.
Like, literally, you look down on... the Middle East gets looked down upon, but, like, motherfucker, they were inventing writing whilst we were digging holes in the ground with the fucking arsebone of an elk.
Exactly, fucking... They were inventing algebra whilst we were living in mud huts.
Exactly, literally! The Chinese were inventing gunpowder, and we were just like, can we build a ship? Imagine if we built a ship.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Matthew Doyle did not give a full account of his actions.
Another nonce that lied to him, and he went, yeah, that's fine. I'll believe them. I just believe people who are nonces. You're not a very good judge of character, are you, Mr. Starmoid? Dickhead.
Promised my party and my country there would be change. And yesterday I removed the whip from Matthew Doyle.
Well, finally, he actually did remove the whip from one of his nonce friends. Brilliant. Awesome. Congrats. Like, he promised change, and he did, by putting more nonces into the House of Lords. What he thought was, there aren't enough weird sexual degenerates in the House of Lords. We need to pack that shit. Was his analysis of the situation. To the point now where Norman Tebbit is the normal guy in that room. How is he still alive? How? He was fucking 90 back in fucking 1986. Like, how the fuck is he still here?
I'll tell you what other action we've taken, Mr. Speaker. Along with the safeguarding minister, I and this government have introduced...
Muna Hassan, I mean, there are certainly some things that the US does better than us, and free speech is one of those things, right? I would agree with you there. And I'm not... Like, the US, like any country, is nations of two halves, right? For sure. But there has definitely been a...
I'm only pointing out the attitude of your average Briton. I'm not suggesting that's actually true.
Yeah.
Like, the people of Britain look down on them because we imagine ourselves to still be the world power that we were 150 years ago.
I mean, there is certainly what I'll say. There is cultural friction because British people have always been very stiff upper lip and reserved, and to us, Americans seem incredibly gauche and loud and overbearing.
Like, literally,
Americans just think we're stuck-up cunts.
Yeah, the example I use is look at the house that we have our head of government in. In Britain, it's just like a residential house in London. Like, it's a posh house in a posh bit of London, but it's just a house that, like as I previously, was owned by Mr. Chicken before it became a prime ministerial residence. Literally true. Whereas in America, they've got the biggest, gaudiest white mansion that's now wasn't gaudy enough, so they've now knocked down one of the East Wing and replaced it with the most disgusting ballroom shithouse thing ever. Like, come on, lads. You've got a dome on your fucking head. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Chill.
It's literally, it quite literally is the actions of like an ancient king or a fucking
All I'll say is
what were the monarchs in Egypt called? Pharaoh.
Pharaohs,
like a fucking pharaoh.
Yeah, like all I'll say is in 1815 we did a great piece of town planning for you by burning that house down, and you decided to rebuild it. You could have done anything with that land. You decided to rebuild it. You dickheads. By the way, at any point you want to apologise to us for that whole throwing the tea in Boston Harbour and come back into the bosom of Mother England, you're welcome, but you will need to pay us reparations. Okay? We've been deeply emotionally damaged by your evil.
The most far-reaching violence against women and girls strategy. And I'll tell you what else we've done. This government has introduced a pay rise for millions of working-class women. What did the Leader of the Opposition do? She opposed it. This government's introducing greater protection for women at work. What did the leader of the opposition do? She opposed it. And I'll tell you what else she opposes. This government removing the disgusting rape clause that they put in place.
That you kept.
It's not wrong.
That you kept in place for 18 months.
I mean, that is true. It is funny. Again, like, he's bragging about this now, but he took people out of his party for trying to do the thing that he's lionising himself for doing now. I mean,
just for people who don't know, when he mentions the rape clause, I'll just explain this to you, because if you wanted to understand how shit Britain is, this was part of the law until, like, last week or whatever. There was a thing called the two-child benefit cap, which meant you only get benefits for the first 2 children. After that, you basically starve. Except you could get a 3rd child if you could prove that that 3rd child was was conceived, by being raped. So you had to go and prove to the people at the Department of Work and Pensions that you were raped as the conception of your 3rd child, therefore re-traumatising yourself about the rape that happened to you. And, of course, possibly revealing to your child that they were the conception of rape, which would have a level of emotional abuse that I'm not entirely sure how you would deal with, that killing your fucking self. And then you'd get, like, a pittance for your 3rd child. That was the law in Britain until this week, which they kept in power. They kept there for 18 months, and, like you say, kicked people out of the party for trying to get rid of. But you know, these people want to protect women and girls. You understand? You know, definitely.
Well, that's always been the thing about blunt instruments like the two-child benefit cap, is you endlessly have to do these things because of how nakedly obvious it is to anyone with a functioning cortex that there are going to be a million different extenuating circumstances that need to be held accountable for, right? Like,
yeah, you can't have a one-size-fits-all for these things. Life is fucking messy. People are weird. You have to take that into account. Yeah.
Like, they specifically said that there was going to be the one thing you hear is, well, people will just pop out 10 kids to take advantage of the welfare state, and like, maybe there is a non-zero number of people that do. Who cares? Like,
but it's quite close to 0, though.
In fact, it's effectively 0.
Yeah, it's vanishingly small. Yes.
It's effectively 0 because of how close it is to 0 in percentage terms.
Yeah.
When the reality is the thing is, everyone's situation is different. They change. You can make family planning decisions at one point, and then those can come back to haunt you later on if you become disabled or lose your job or there's a recession or whatever it is. Yep. These blunt instruments just leave people out. And again, this just when you have both the current government and for the previous government, and indeed the Liberal Democrats who set the fucking stage for these kind of cuts to be implemented, right? They didn't implement the two-child benefit cap
5p bag tax.
But yeah, exactly. They traded that shit for like 5p bag taxes and stuff like that, all collectively describing themselves as the saviors of women for loads of different reasons, for all of the stuff they're talking about with violence against women and girls, or being nasty to trans people, or whatever it is. And yet none of them can square the fact that the biggest group of people who got hit hardest by welfare cuts from 2010 until the present day have been working single mothers.
Yep.
They have been the most punished by welfare cuts because they're the people who need to be able to have access to it to be able to support their fucking kids because of how many absentee fathers there are. And on top of this, these are the motherfuckers who scream about how low the birth rate is.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Can't have it both ways.
You've set up a financial situation which means that young people can't afford to fucking fill up their gas tank. I've gone very yank there. Oh no. Their petrol tank. Let alone have a fucking massive financial burden that is a young person into their life. So why the fuck do you think no one's having kids? They can't afford to fucking feed themselves, let alone a child as well.
And I apologise to boomer comrades. I know this is not targeted at you, but it's always, when I see it, it's right-wing boomers who say this shit. They are the ones who want zero migration, no help for families, and also people to work 50,000 hours a week and not work from home because of spite.
And have higher birth rates, but also are annoyed that people they force to work and have higher birth rates aren't looking after their kids because they're at work.
Yep. No one's ever explained to these people they can't literally have everything in the world, because that's what they have gotten from government after government after government for the last 50 years.
Yeah. Yeah,
At least
exactly.
the middle class ones have.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah. Look, there are loads of boomers who aren't doing very well, but unfortunately, the only people who are doing well are boomers.
Yes. Outside of the fucking bourgeois.
Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. On a brighter societal level, all of the wealth has been sucked up into one generation.
Yeah, but again, it's exactly, they are creating a country which is a retirement home with a financial sector attached. There can be this giant cohort of retired people, and of course, because we're now on net zero immigration, there'll be no people to work to support their pensions.
And of course, they're on a branch that they're soaring off, because the smaller the number of people working, the less we're able to afford the comfortable lifestyle that they currently enjoy. That's just true.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister pretends not to know about Matthew Doyle. It was on the front page of the Sunday Times. He cannot explain why he gave this man a peerage, and I think they should be wondering why they're still cheering for him after that. And the Prime Minister, sometimes likes to claim, as he just did, that he cares about violence against women. The truth is, he only cares about the victims when he's trying to save his own skin. They can shake their heads. We saw it with grooming gangs. We saw it with Mandelson. And now we see it with Doyle. Isn't that what a former...
Oh, we saw it with grooming gangs. Weren't you the Secretary of State for Women and Equality, and you didn't fucking mention this shit once? Because you were too busy trying to fucking bully the FCA into being less trans-inclusive.
Yeah, no, she was too busy dealing with the transoids to deal with, the actual problem.
She was too busy meeting with the LGB Alliance and fucking other TERF groups, whilst telling the House she was meeting with LGBT advocacy groups, the lying fucking piece of shit. Where is the accountability for this, like Boris Johnson had for deliberately lying to the House and not correcting the record? Fucking nowhere, because no one in the press will hound her for it, because trans people don't fucking matter. But regardless, she had ample opportunities and an incredibly important role to protect women and girls by talking about the fucking epidemic of rape in this country, which is de facto legal. She did not fucking do it because she was too mad at trans people to care.
Yeah, literally.
Former prosecutor would call an established pattern of behaviour.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take no lectures from the Tories in standards in public life. She defended Partygate for months and months and months. And even now she says it was overblown.
Again, you're both just terrible.
And on top of this, you can't really compare, high-profile appointees who've, first of all, been potentially treasonous to the country, and second of all, who are besties with a convicted nonce, to breaking lockdown rules. Again, one of them was very high-profile in terms of the kind of message it sent to the country, but in terms of the actual morality, I think what you've done here is worse, Keir.
Has Peter Mandelson tried the argument here that he was ambushed by noncery? I'm just saying, okay? Look, it worked for Boris Johnson for a bit, so just a thought.
The Shadow Foreign Secretary broke the ministerial code by bullying. Boris Johnson kept her. The leader of the opposition promoted her. She sits on her front bench. Her former Shadow Justice Secretary complained about not seeing enough white faces in Birmingham, and she was...
Look, she was just saying, right, we don't want to become an island of strangers. Which is fair enough. You know what, Keir? I would hate to see any rivers of blood happening. That would be terrible, wouldn't it?
Too weak to sack him for racism.
Nobody buys it, Mr. Speaker. Not even the Labour women, because they know he...
Also, no one wants to point out that he also referred to that area of Birmingham as a slum. Because if they did, they'd have to analyse why that area is poor in the first place.
Quite.
Which is...
But again, they can't admit that London is nice. I don't know if you've noticed this, Kev, but the right wing can't admit that London is a nice place because it might undermine their position on migrants being monsters.
Well, not just that, but of course it's run by a brown lad. which they cannot possibly accept. So it has to be like the knife crime capital of the universe.
Yeah. It's run by a brown man and full of brown people. They can't admit that it's nice, which would be the politically efficacious thing to do, because the right wing are leading in places outside of cities. And so the easiest win is to go, the cities are really good in this country. They're economically prosperous and full of happy people with well-funded local councils, and you don't get any of that. But they can't do this for two reasons. First of all, because, again, they can't admit that the place with the migrants actually isn't the scary fucking weird place that they're trying to pretend it is. And second of all, they're fucking responsible for London and Manchester being funded more than everywhere else, because they were the ones who reduced block grants significantly more in poorer constituencies than in richer ones.
And they can't analyse the fact that, like, the only city with a functioning transport system is the one where that transport system is at least in part nationalised.
Well, and also, but to be fair, Manchester as well.
Well, okay, the two places with vaguely functioning transport systems are the one where it's in public ownership.
Yep.
Crazy that. Because in Birmingham, it's all in private hands, and it's literally a fucking joke.
Yeah, because the problem is that, again, they just don't believe in redistribution, when they could just easily win by saying, we're going to take money out of London and we're going to give it to Workington or whatever. And I'm like, do it. Yeah. It would be correct for you to do it. London is, whilst, of course, there are lots of them are renters, don't have much personal wealth, they should be helped to be able to get access to that, to, be able to own a home by increasing the supply or whatever it is, or getting more council housing. But in terms of how funded the councils are, and like the mayoral district of the Greater London, it's incredibly well funded because there's lots of people in footfall and high revenue from business rates. The fucking desolate wastelands in the rural areas of this country, lots of individually wealthy people with mortgage provision coming out the fucking arse. But is there anything to do on the high street? Do the council services work? Well, no, of course they don't, because all the young people have left to live in Manchester, Leeds, Birmingham, Bristol, and London, where all the jobs are, and so the business rates are fucking nothing. And their block grants have been reduced more because of David Cameron-era policies.
Yep.
He always puts the Downing Street Boys Club first. And how dare he criticise us? We weren't the ones stuffing government with hypocrites and paedophile apologists.
Yes, you were. Pincher by name, pincher by nature, anybody?
I mean, it wasn't paedophilia, but it was certainly sexual and proprietary, right? Like, there was the Conservative Party were responsible for a whole ass dossier of their own MPs' sexual and proprietary, but that never got scrutinised because that might have taken away from the media campaign's war against Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah. I think my favourite, and by favourite I don't mean like I think this is good, I just think it's mental, would be Mr. Peter Bone. Mr. Peter Bone.
Literally!
Who whilst on a publicly funded trip to Madrid to do like research or whatever the fuck it was, I don't know, I think he was visiting the Spanish Parliament or some shit. He sexually assaulted, this is alleged, it hasn't been convicted. He was allegedly had his assistant, who was a young man. By the way, it wasn't known that he was possibly gay or whatever at the time. I think he was married or whatever. Anyway, he sexually assaulted him, locked him in a toilet, and stood outside screaming sexual abuse whilst masturbating against the door.
Textbook. It's also worth pointing out there was literally a Tory MP who got sent to prison for child sex crimes.
Yeah, there's that as well. There's tractor porn. Anyone remember Cornhub? Anyone?
What's funny? Well, I mean, I say funny. It was just child sex crimes. It is fucking horrendous, right? But it is at least amusing somewhat. This guy happened to be the brother of the chief prosecutor for the International Criminal Court.
As you do. I mean, honestly, there's a bit of a difference, I think, between the level of pride the parents of those children have in how their two kids have ended up. You know. Yeah, I mean, I would say that must be an awkward dinner conversation around the Christmas dinner table, but of course one of them's in fucking jail. So, you know.
I mean, but again, it's just, I mean, clearly another part of the Epstein class.
True.
He can't build a team, Mr. Speaker. He has no plan. He can't even run his own office, let alone the country. He is now dealing with a new scandal of appointing someone who campaigned for a man convicted of having indecent pictures of girls as young as 10. Isn't the Prime Minister ashamed that?
So, Kemi Badenoch appointed Toby Young to the House of Lords.
Yep.
Who had been pictured many times with Ghislaine Maxwell, of all people.
And wasn't he that argued that he couldn't be a school teacher? No, that was Rod Liddle.
No, it's Rod Liddle.
Sorry, yeah.
But regardless, I'm just I'm not saying that Toby Young's done anything wrong here, because these are just pictures, right? But certainly warrants asking some questions. That's all I'll say.
Again, I judge people by the company they keep, and if you keep company with like the worst humans on
The Epstein
Earth,
class,
yeah.
literally part of the Epstein class,
like,
right?
Like maybe you didn't know, okay, but I mean, I still think that shows a level of lack of judgment, which means you shouldn't be listened to as a as a political voice. I think you should stay quiet.
Well, yeah, at least not one on probity and public life.
Yeah.
That will be his legacy.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my legacy is changing my party and winning a general election. And I'll tell you this.
Destroying your party, yes. Yeah.
And literally, it's like the best part, the best thing that I've done is win. But what I've done since then, let's not talk about it. But I definitely won off of a pack of lies.
Yeah.
I kicked my former leader out of my party. Her former leader, Liz.
Well, I mean, that's interesting, because you claimed that you'd removed the personal interference of the leader of the Labour Party from the process of exclusions from the party. So when you say you did that, that's another lie. One way or the other.
Yeah, depending on which side of this is actually true. When in reality, of course, we all know that it was a deliberate decision to excise Corbyn by Starmer and, of course, his Politburo, specifically because they thought that it would be, first of all, electorally bad for them to still have Corbyn in the party. No evidence for this to be the case. And second of all, because they just wanted to purge the left.
Yeah.
They wanted to put in a sealed tomb, quote unquote. Quote from somebody on the NEC, I believe.
Also, I mean, to be fair, though, he is Adolf Hitler, so...
But again, it's just... But on top of this, it's worth pointing out again, in the Commons last week, Jeremy Corbyn was very clear, and it's very obvious that this is the case, that people like Peter Mandelson were nowhere near the leadership of the Labour Party. They were nowhere near anyone important in the Labour Party when Corbyn was leader of the party. Yeah. So what Keir is essentially saying is that we purged people with no links to any convicted child rapists to replace them with the best pals of convicted child rapists. I'm like, maybe that's not the dub that you think it is, Keith.
Yeah, no, they're just a party of dunces. Yeah.
I mean, again, this is what people are saying on the doorstep. Apparently, the actual quote that Politico came out was that they're being... The actual quote that Politico say that they keep hearing is that they're quote-unquote pedo lovers.
Yeah, I mean, that's about right. Yeah. Enjoy 5th place, lads. You've earned it.
No, 4th place. The Tories will still be behind Labour.
Well, that's the one thing. The one beautiful thing about Gorton and Denton is the one party that's not being talked about is the most successful party in the history of the world. Yeah. Enjoy that history, because that's all it is now. Yeah. His legacy is the return of the sausages. Well, that's just because on this stream I've got that as one of the noise alerts when people donate. That's the only thing you remember from him because of that.
Broke the economy and has descended into bonkers conspiracy theories. I kicked her out of Parliament. She's too weak to kick her out of their party.
Did he say he kicked her out of Parliament? Because that's the wrong gender and the wrong thing.
I mean, he's talking about Liz Truss, i.e. they beat her in...
Oh,
okay.
Beat her in so I thought
Norfolk South, whatever it is.
I thought he was still talking about fucking Corbyn for a second.
Jeremy Corbyn. No, it's just ever since the Israel moment, he can only use female pronouns.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Jeremy Corbyn has a right to defend herself.
Mr. Speaker, he hasn't apologised for appointing Matthew Doyle because he won't take responsibility. He never does, and they know it. The Prime Minister is now telling everyone that he's...
Also, it's interesting that Corbyn not... Just going back to that. Corbyn not doing Stalinist purging was described as Stalinist purging. Whereas Keir Starmer saying, I personally excised a former leader, I expunged him from the photograph. You know, the famous Stalin photograph thing. Literally boasting at the dispatch box in front of Parliament and the world. Yeah, I did a Stalinist purge of people I didn't like. And the media are like, oh no, that's fine. Yep.
And again, Liz Truss, the justification that he is saying for having her kicked out of the Conservative Party is failures of policy when in office. Yeah, his justification for kicking out Jeremy Corbyn is, I don't like him.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I feel like this is the Spider-Man meme. Yeah, it literally is. As someone described earlier, it's two Dignitas patients throwing shit at each other. Yeah.
I mean, just before we jumped into the Google Meet earlier on, I was ranting to my chat about people saying, "Oh, no one likes Keir Starmer and he's so normal. That proves that Britain is ungovernable." And I'm like, no, just look at our politicians. It's not difficult to not be a shit politician, and yet every single party seems to manage only promoting shit people into high-level politics.
It's the argument that Britain has become ungovernable is basically it's the Principal Skinner meme of the entire political class is Principal Skinner going, well, is it us that are terrible and have awful policies that mean that people don't like us? No, it's the electorate that are wrong.
I mean, literally, Tom Baldwin in the Financial Times, literally, he said this genuine sentence: "There is something wrong with the electorate." Just
look, I will happily pay for a season pass to Roblox for you, sir.
Just again, he's Keir Starmer's biographer, and it's just endless convincing about how decent of a man Keir Starmer is. Let it be known, Chad, this is the 3rd anniversary of the murder of Brianna Ghey, a girl who Keir Starmer pretended to care about, paraded around the mother of her own parliament to prove just how much he cared, and then decided to eviscerate trans rights anyway. Yeah. Fuck him. Fuck Keir Starmer. He's such a monster. I'm so sick of people trying to tell me that he's a decent human being when all he has done is be a nasty person.
But vibes. It's the good vibes, man.
But I wish these. Where do these vibes even come from? He doesn't even give the vibes of a nice person.
Well, no, but to the middle class, he gives good vibes.
I guess.
Yeah. It's like two Wheelstone Raiders yelling at each other about having no fans. Yeah. Yeah. Your party shit. You got no fans. You want some?
I'll give it.
He's never lost a fight. It's because he won't step into the ring. He's never lost a fight. He's walked away from welfare.
Also, just on a kind of broad philosophical point, in a democracy, the electorate are never wrong. Now, that's not to say that they don't make wrong decisions or elect bad people. It's that ultimately their choice is, by its very nature, the choice. That's it. Okay. Like, for instance, the old quote about the customer is always right. The full quote is the customer in matters of taste, the customer is always right. That's the thing that people miss off the front of that quote. It's that literally the correct decision is whatever decision the customer makes, because that's the taste of the customer. It's not that the customer makes good decisions. It's that's what they want.
Company policy, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the decision they want. That's the product they want. These are the politicians that they vote for. You can't say that they're ungovernable because they're the governed or the people that are, making the decision. It's that the decision is the decision is the decision. That's it.
Exactly. Well,
which is what the disgusting thing about Brexit was. I disagreed with it, but the people voted for it. So people trying to overturn it, go fuck yourself. That's not how it fucking works.
I mean, 100%, you're absolutely right. But it's also worth pointing out that there are plenty of people who thought that the referendum meant more than it did.
Oh, they've tried. Yeah. Before the election, they were all like, "Oh yeah, we can still stay in the single market. Yeah, we can do like a Norway style deal. Yeah, definitely." And then afterwards, it was like, we voted for the hardest Brexit ever. Anything other than that is a betrayal of 17.5 million people.
Exactly. I want to point out, sorry, Aaron, I do notice you did super chat a fucking hour ago with £2 asking about my future about rejoining the EU. That is a question that I plan to do an entire segment and video on. Don't worry, I have noticed you've super chatted. Thank you for the money. We will talk about it at some point in the future. But it's such a complex subject, both in terms of the future of what the EU would look like as far as rejoining would go, and whether or not as socialists we should support it. So I've got a whole segment I need to do on it.
But you're a former Lib Dem voter, so I am worried.
True.
That is, you know what I mean? That's a very piss diamond flag to a bull, you know?
Also, thank you. Thank you for the other £5, Aaron. People forget that Starmer and his government also complicit in 2 genocides, especially with regards to Sudan. I think the complicity with Sudan is definitely a little bit more circumspect, because I mean they are certainly
less high profile in terms of public opinion as well.
That's true. But in terms of like the direct financing of Israel, right? Like
Yeah.
they are trade partners with the UAE who supply arms to the RSF who do the genocide, right? There's an extra degree of separation there.
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, the people who are anti-genocide have become ungovernable.
Yeah, true. Sorry, Mr. Robbie asked, do you know where my yesterday's stream was gone? Oh, it got copyright cucked because we watched Good Morning Britain. It's not like a strike or anything, but they have nuked access to the video because it's got Susanna Reid,
which is mad because I was playing obviously copyrighted music on my stream the other day. We watched Ace of Base, I Saw the Stars. Which was because we were talking about the first record that we ever bought, and that was mine. So I saw this. Was it I Saw the Sun? Whatever the fuck the song was called. And I played that, but it was fine. Like, it never even got took down. Whereas sometimes I'll play a BBC clip, and the YouTube will cut out and say this has been temporarily suspended because of fucking copyright. What?
Mm.
I pay for the fucking BBC. Technically, I also paid for that song, but not to play it necessarily live. You know?
Also, I mean, interesting. The first album I ever bought was the Best of Status Quo.
Oh, that's
out there.
minging. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. They've got a couple of absolute belters, but that is a minging choice.
I mean,
I saw the sign. Sorry, go on.
I mean, the Best of Status Quo are just like ones. The best. It's just the song.
It's rocking all over the world.
I mean, it's the same for every song because every song is rocking all over the world. They're all
Basically.
the same.
Not true. In the army now is a different type of song.
That's true.
That's
true.
it.
They did. They released an album called "In Search of the Fourth Chord," which I think is quite funny.
Well, at least that shows a level of like self-awareness that like Keir Starmer could never have.
Well, didn't Francis Rossi become like a right winger or something?
Well, they literally did the song in the army now at the time of the fucking Falklands War. Like, they're scum. Yeah, fuck them.
I mean, of all the wars to sing it about, Falklands War probably the most defensible.
No, but not really. What are you talking about? What? Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that like there are worse wars or whatever, but like you're doing army propaganda at a time when British soldiers are dying for like Margaret Thatcher's electability.
I mean, I think it was. I mean, the people of the Falklands did want to be defended from the Argentinians.
I'm not suggesting it's the least defensible war ever, but it's still like. It's like you don't need to make a pro-army song. Like if you decide to make a pro-army song at that time, you have to stick with the bad decisions of that. Like,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
They did technically. They were the first act on Live Aid. That is literally true.
I did not know that.
Yeah, they literally opened Live Aid when no one was watching because it was like 10 in the morning or something. Yeah, everyone remembers Queen, don't they? Eh? No one remembers fucking Status Quo.
Stand up to the unions. He won't stand up to China. He can't even stand up to Mauritius. He's had...
When you say he won't stand up to the unions, he is literally calling on workers in Birmingham in a affiliated union to cross the picket line of that affiliated union. That being the bin strikes, just saying, you know.
Yeah, indeed so.
Mr. Speaker, he's had 3 cabinet secretaries, 4 chiefs of staff, 5 director of communications in just 18 months.
She's not really hitting the high notes, and you know why? No Chagos.
So true. Although to be fair, I don't think she can really criticise anybody else for cycling through people in high positions when you motherfuckers had a million prime ministers, a million chancellors. You had fucking 4 chancellors in a year.
You literally elected a lettuce.
Like in the space of a year, they had Rishi Sunak, then what was it? Then Nadine Zahawi, then Kwasi Kwarteng, then Jeremy Hunt. In a year.
In a year. Well done. Yeah. She mentioned Mauritius. Oh no. Okay. So she did. She kind of tangentially mentioned Chagos. Okay.
Yeah.
And now he is mired in yet another scandal. Does he ever look in the mirror and ask himself, is the real problem staring him in the face?
Mr. Speaker, I delivered a landslide victory for our government. Only 4 people have ever...
No. The British government... Sorry, the British people elected enough Labour MPs. You're not a president and you're not a king. You didn't deliver anything. The British government, the British people elected enough Labour MPs individually. That's the problem. These people see themselves as monarchs, basically. as president, and you're not a fucking president. You exist as the Prime Minister at the behest of Parliament. Remember that.
And also, again, talk about British people being reserved and stiff upper lip. No one likes a fucking brag. No one likes somebody who's like, oh, look at the majority that I won. I'm like, well, it's not been very fucking good to you, has it? Given how hated you are,
Also,
and how many of your own backbenchers you don't even speak to enough to be able to pass fucking legislation.
I was about to say, considering they can't pass legislation, that majority is theoretical rather than practical.
Ever led the Labour Party to victory in a general election, I'm one of them. And she talks about numbers. Let us remember, Mr. Speaker, 5 Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors, 8 Home Secretaries, 8 Foreign Secretaries, 16 Housing Secretaries, all completely useless.
How many of those Housing Secretaries made people unhoused?
I mean,
because that's definitely a thing that happened to you, didn't it, Kia?
Or one of them at a fucking fringe event at a conference. Let me find I want to tell you the genuine phrase because it's really fucking funny.
Yeah. I also found out last week Pearl Jam is another name for semen. What? Is that true? Oh, that's disgusting.
It was Rachel McLean. Rachel McLean in a fucking Tory party conference fringe event said, did you know not all renters are bad people who smoke weed or are in gangs?
Yeah, I remember that, yeah. Which is just like that's like something you would expect like a Tory minister to say in 1962.
Literally.
And yeah, a Labour Party member of the government said it in 2025 or whatever, yeah. Amazing. Brilliant. Fucking they are just the Conservative Party at this point.
Oh no, that's the housing Tory housing minister I'm talking about, not Labour.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Britain, and this Prime Minister's clearing up the mess. She comes here every week, desperately fighting to save her dying party. I'm fighting to change our country.
You're both dying. Like, I just want to get around the time. Just you're both shit and dying. I don't know how.
Interest rates down, inflation down, waiting lists down.
Oh, don't do the chanting thing. It's so fucking cringe.
I mean, it was funny the first time. It would have been better delivered by literally anybody else. But you can't just keep redoing the hits over and over and over again. You're not a fucking Lamb of God.
Very
Poverty down. And I'll tell you another thing's down, the number of Tory MPs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has delivered the funding needed to rebuild the new Frimley Park Hospital after the party...
Morgan McSweeney question. Straight away. Like, I don't even need to hear the rest of it.
...opposite made empty, unfunded promises to my...
Also, why has he got a Hitler sweep? Firstly, no one's convinced you're not balding, mate. Like, it looks like a toupee. I assume it's real hair, but it looks like a toupee. And it's a Hitler cut. Stop.
Oh, the thing is, it's going to be interesting after the next election, all the people in Parliament with taper fades we're going to have.
True.
That's going to be the reality. That's going to be the reality, right? All the people who got TikTok taper fades will be of the age where they start getting elected to Parliament.
Yeah, we're going to have lots of fascists in Parliament. Yeah.
My constituents. Now we urgently need to get on with announcing the preferred site, along with the investment needed to improve public transport, road access and parking. Will the Prime Minister urge NHS England to make this a priority and help give much-needed clarity to Bracknell Forest residents?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, delivering the new...
Hang on, so Pearl Jam were named after one of the members' grandma who used to make jam. So Pearl's Jam, basically. So, hang on, so did the euphemism for semen come after the band?
One must only assume so.
Yeah. Thank you, Sauron's left eyebrow, for following. Welcome to the evolution. Lovely stuff.
Reminds me of
yeah, go on.
Reminds me of Steely Dan, where that name originates.
No, I don't know that one.
Oh, it's the name for dildo.
Oh, okay. Well, I know Captain Beefheart was an amazing one. This is so grotesque. I apologise if you're eating. This is terrible. That was one of the band members, I think like Uncles or something, used to have a trick where he could squeeze his dick and his bell end, the far end of his penis would bloat up like the heart of a cow. And he got the nickname Captain Beefheart for this trick.
Incredible scenes. Although my favourite band naming is Portishead because it was so lazy.
Yeah, because it's just the name of the town they were from. Yeah.
I know, from Portishead.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
That'll do.
Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Real husband getting a last minute birthday gift attitude to band naming.
Yeah, exactly like that'll do. Fuck it. Portishead. Yeah.
A bunch of petrol station flowers. That'll do.
Yeah. Now, if you want the quality analysis of Captain Beefheart, chat, if you want to fund that, you can do so with. I always like giving the worst reason to give me money. It works for my chat for some reason, which is, I think, an interesting psychological analysis. The fun bits and subs and memberships and YouTube, super chats and all that shit for both of us because we're both fucking awesome.
Hospital is a priority. Under the party opposite, his constituents were given totally empty promises. They failed patients and they failed staff. We put a proper plan and the funding to match, and the Trust are making real progress on the business case, and I want to see spades in the ground as quickly as possible.
Said David, leader of the Liberal Democrats.
I kind of want to see Tory, Tory, fuck it. I want to see nonce members of the House of Lords in the ground, but, you know, that's a different thing.
Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about the...
Oh, we've got a back end of Jenny. Hello. Dog
Hey.
up. Most of a dog. Salutes in chat. Let's fucking go. Boom.
dreadful stabbing of 2 children in Brent and about the horrifying shootings in British Columbia. Our thoughts and prayers are with the children's parents and the people of Canada, especially those grieving the loss of loved ones.
Just want to point out British Columbia is neither British or Columbia.
True.
But also Columbia, named after a genocidal child rapist.
I did not know that.
Yeah, well, Christopher Columbus, yeah.
Oh, sure. There we go. That makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah. So every time you hear something called Columbus or Columbia, just remember, he defended the rape of 10-year-old children by his men and himself. Just saying.
Mr. Speaker, to appoint one paedophile supporter cannot be excused as misfortune. To appoint 2 shows a catastrophic lack of judgment.
But as the old phrase goes, to appoint one nonce apologist, shame on me. To appoint 2 nonce apologists, shame on you. Yeah? Yeah?
The Right Honourable Gentleman once told this House that when a Prime Minister refuses to take responsibility, and I quote, it only serves to convince people that things cannot get better, that governments cannot...
Yeah, but he wants people to believe things can't get better because that suits his political analysis, which is that things can't get better. Yeah.
Improve people's lives.
Because if people think they can get better, they might ask the question, why aren't you making them better? Whereas if people just assume they can't get better, then they just go, well, fuck it. I'll vote for the fucking vibes, I guess. I don't know.
And that progress is not possible because politics does not work.
Now, this is all true. This is good analysis. But, like, you're the leader of the Liberal Democrats. You don't want to change anything either. You're literally the most pointless fucking party in the existence of mankind. At least Reform want to change things by opening the camps. They think the government can do things by building ovens.
That's the thing is that when it gets to like the 2034 election, 2034, Dave is going to be there, or whichever fucking no mark is replacing him will be there going, oh, I'd like to associate myself with the Prime Minister Farage's remarks about the camps. I will not be changing any of the camps, but we will make sure the camps are more efficiently run. Because we are sensible and we respect the wishes of the electorate, but want to make sure everything's run as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, I'd like to associate myself with the comments of the Prime Minister about ICE UK and their putting down of the terrible slave rebellion in the camps. Thank you. So these reactionary scum, he was right, right to murder all of them, yes.
But have you considered, has the Prime Minister considered the ethical implications of the procurement of the weapons used to carry out the quashing of the rebellion?
Also, he will know this. There's one place in the world that has never had a servile insurrection. The European Union. Yeah.
Does he still agree with himself And does he share my fear that is exactly what is happening now?
Minister. People in this country, millions of people, have been let down for years and years and years. And one of the reasons was austerity, which his party supported. He should take accountability and take responsibility.
Wow, the Prime Minister showed a tiny amount of backbone there. Almost believable. As if, you know... Also, how freaked out is David Lammy by that? Look at him. Jesus Christ, he looks fucking terrified.
Whereas Rachel Reeves looks bored.
Yeah, Rachel Reeves is bored, but he's like, oh shit. Like, that's the kind of look I think he's going to get when the International Criminal Court get him.
True.
For what he has inflicted on this country.
Surrender, Davy.
Oh shit, what did I do? No! No! Oh, you fucking...
People in this country, millions of people, have been let down for years and years and years. And one of the reasons was austerity, which his party supported. He should take accountability and take responsibility for what he has inflicted on...
Although, having mentioned that Rachel Reeves looks bored, that's ironically not remotely the worst reaction she's had in Prime Minister's questions.
True.
Look, it's odd to say this, but thankfully the Chancellor of the Exchequer is not literally crying in Parliament. Okay.
On this country.
Anyway, I wanted to pause it there and say, we've got a full Jenny now. Fuck yes. Doggo face, on the floor. Let's go.
Mr. Speaker, I think I touched a raw nerve.
I mean, yeah, you killed hundreds of thousands of people. That would touch a nerve. That's bad, Ed. I don't know if you know that, but having a higher kill count than Idi Amin tends to negatively polarize people towards you.
Yeah, I wonder if you had that same reaction when the grieving relatives of those sub-postmasters contacted him. And he's just like, oh, touched a raw nerve, did I? Oh, triggered! Which is ironic, because some of them did shoot themselves.
The whole House will agree that the Manson scandal has shown yet again...
Did he say Manson? Hang on.
Manselson.
The whole House will agree that the Manson scandal...
Manson scandal! He's going all the way back to fucking 1962 or whatever, yeah. Oh, fuck! I mean, to be fair, Charles Manson and those murders were, you know, that was a scandal. I'm not sure what relevance that has to 2026 in the British Parliament, but that is true. I'm glad that you can call out the murders of the Manson family from 1968. That's, yeah, good for him. I'm glad he's taking this moral position.
has shown yet again why we need a duty of candour for anyone and everyone in public office. Mr. Speaker, there should be no more delays in putting the Hills...
Oh, apparently it was 1969. Nice. Except not nice, but you know.
...law on the statute books. After the long fight by the bereaved families and so many others...
And honestly, like, the fact that he writes in The Sun should be enough that no one in Liverpool ever votes for him. But the fact that he tried to let MI5 and MI6 get away with that duty of candour, he tried to carve up even that weak piece of legislation as it currently is such a betrayal of those families. He shouldn't receive a single vote in Liverpool. He will lose seats, but unfortunately he'll probably lose seats to another person who writes for The Sun, Nigel fucking Farage.
Mayor of Greater Manchester. The Prime Minister once said it would be one of the first things he did in number 10. Will he finally do...
To be fair, he was too busy freezing Granny. Give him some time. Look, the betrayal of the Hillsborough families was always going to happen. He just had to kill loads of old people first. Please!
I mean, to be fair, Kevin, since the Reform UK revelations about them wanting to make life for the people who pay for those people's winter fuel allowance to be as miserable as possible, entirely backed by what seems to be a cohort of over 65s.
Yeah.
Kiss Stomach W?
Yeah, well,
No, I mean,
epic
obviously
dub.
not, because there are plenty of boomers who don't vote for Reform UK. And by plenty, I mean a small minority. But those are comrades and they need to be respected.
Oh,
And of course, even shitty Reform voting pensioners probably should get a winter fuel allowance if they need it, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Although what I will say is your people just missed out on the most perfectly timed stream deck of all time. As you said that, I've got the clip of Nigel Farage saying epic dub. And I played it.
You got him saying epic dub on your soundboard.
Yeah. From not TikTok, what do they call it?
Cameo.
Cameo, yeah. I don't have him the my bussy doing cartwheels thing.
No.
Or indeed up the Ra.
Again, it's not as funny as Up the Ra is. The funniest one is still him saying "Hock to it" on that bussy as it claps.
There are some belters. Or the one going, was it? I'm gonna play. What was it? Oh shit! I'm gonna play FIFA with. Oh, playing FIFA with Mo Lester and Big Chungus. And he said it absolutely unironically. I don't think he got the joke at all.
The motherfucker said Mo Lester.
Mo Lester. Mo Lester.
Do it now, even if it's the last thing.
Which is ironic because Mo Lester sometimes gets appointed to the House of Lords.
He does.
Prime Minister. The panel report in the Hillsborough case was when I started working on the Hillsborough case. That was in 2012, when his party were in power. And they could have passed this law.
In office, but also back when you were a vaguely decent human being, kind of.
To be fair, he was deporting people for stealing ice cream.
Okay. By comparison to what he's now become.
It's true. Like, it's also in that era. I've just found out he tried to deport somebody to America.
Which is already... Look, that's weird punishment. All I'm saying. That's unusual.
For extradite even.
Yes.
To the United States for accidentally hacking into the American government's website. Not for any, like...
How do you accidentally hack into something?
Well, he was looking for UFOs. He was a weirdo who liked UFOs and was a pretty obsessed, right?
Oh, okay.
And they extradited him, where again, this was kind of a weird autistic person who was a bit...
Oh, okay, so rather than giving them the medical assistance they needed, he tried to send them to get, like, killed in America or something? Okay.
Literally. Theresa May, fucking hostile environment, Theresa May as Home Secretary herself, was the one who used, veto power to block the extradition.
Oh my god, so he was white then? Is what I'm gathering.
Yeah, Gary McKinnon.
Yeah, like the fact that she defended him means he was white. I know nothing about this case. I know he's white. Straight away. But the fact that she, like you say, hostile environment bitch was like, no, this is one we can keep actually. We don't need to send this one to a country they've never been to before. Amazing. Okay, I'll take it back then. He was always a cunt. He just did that McLibel thing that was good. And then was just a wanker ever since.
Yeah, DPP was the time where he really changed, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The power corrupts people, right? Like, back when he was just a lawyer, he was doing good shit, like working for free for the McLibel thing, which was a genuinely noble and wonderful thing to do. And then, like, he kind of worked his way up the chain, and you get, like, the way you get up the greasy pole is by backing up the systems that created the greasy pole. Right, you're only able to advance through that system by defending and reinforcing that system itself, and you go through it, and you climb up. And so the more you climb up, the more corrupt you have to be to continue to climb. Is how it works, unfortunately, because the British system is so well entrenched. You've got to say, on a purely Machiavellian level, the British establishment have created the perfect, to use a phrase of Shabana Mahmood, a panopticon of corruption, where each corrupt bastard focuses on the other corrupt bastard and makes sure that they're all still being corrupt. And therefore it becomes difficult to change anything, because the people who have the power to be able to stop the corruption are all corrupt because they're all watching each other's corruption and making sure they're corrupt.
It's almost like this is the best place with which to have a giant blackmail ring to keep people in line.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Jeffrey Epstein was the perfect exemplar of that, yeah. Making sure every one of them was a corrupt bastard for his and his friends' aims. Yeah. Also, what the fuck is with David Lammy's faces today? Look, is there a ghost just over Keir Starmer's shoulder that is freaking the fuck out of this man? I don't know. Maybe it's the ghost of all those Palestinian children that he helped kill.
So true.
A long time ago, and saved a lot of grief. I'm proud that this Labour government is bringing in a Hillsborough law, something I've committed to for a very, very long time.
That you've already tried to undermine, but yeah, cool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister will have heard me say, the Isle of Wight is a fantastic place to live, work and learn, despite...
Again, give it up, mate. When your forehead is that... When you have to keep... Like, when you're washing your head and it goes further and further back each time, just shave it off.
I mean,
you look
again,
ridiculous.
Or get a taper fade.
Or get a taper fade, yeah. Yeah. Like, because you just look mental. It looks like a really poorly placed wig at this point, you know?
The leader of the opposition trying to give us to...
You know what? I think with the kind of the beard and the glass. I mean, actually, I was going to say he might look good if he shaved his head. No, he looked like Harold Shipman.
He kind of looks a bit. He looks a bit like a young Shipman cosplay, as it is.
He does, yeah. Oh no.
Which like
actually, you have to shave the beard and go full Stephen Finn.
Which, like, as a person who looks like a person who murdered old people, he could yet become prime minister.
True.
China. He will also be aware of some of the challenges we have in cross-solent transport, reliability, frequency and price. The emissions trading scheme, which ironically only applies to hybrid vessels, may increase...
Either he looks like Shipman or he looks like a mid-level Sinn Féin politician from 1992.
He does. He does look half Shipman, half Adams.
He's a bit Adams. Actually, my dad, God bless him, an Irishman as well, which didn't help him, back in the day, looked like Jerry Adams looked then. They've sort of parted ways in terms of looks now, but he looked like that, and I was just like, I kept saying to him, shave your beard then, because like you look like Jerry Adams and you're Irish. Yeah, of course you're getting called a fucking terrorist.
Irish emigre to England.
Yeah, who arrived just after the Birmingham bombings. Arrived in Birmingham as an Irishman just after the IRA had murdered dozens of people in Birmingham. Yeah. You chose a fantastic place and time, you dopey cunt. Well done.
Increase fares further. Despite exemptions granted for Scotland and Northern Ireland, the lack of grid capacity to fully decarbonise, I am deeply concerned about the impact on our island community. Will the Prime Minister urgently ask DESNZ ministers to review this issue?
Minister. Well, thank him for his question. I know how important affordable ferries are for his constituents' everyday lives. The ETS scheme will make journeys cleaner, and we're working with ferry companies on the grid connections in ports that enable greener vessels. I'll make sure that he gets a meeting with the relevant minister.
Stephen Flynn.
Oh, the rolled R's. Let's go.
Mr. Speaker, if I've just listened to the Prime Minister correctly, he's essentially rolled the same pitch.
Oh, you can't roll the R on roll that much. That's a piss
Incredible
take.
scenes.
Listen to this again. There's like 6 R's in the word roll here.
If I've just listened to the Prime Minister correctly, he's essentially rolled the same pitch in relation to Matthew Doyle as he did with Peter Mandelson, that they weren't clear with him. He appears to be the most gullible former Director of Public Prosecutions in history, but he has a slight...
True.
Again, the exacting eye of a chief prosecutor going, well, you've said no to my questions, therefore on you go. High office awaits you.
Yeah, amazing shit. Like, I always used to think that, you know, him helping out Jimmy Savile was it's a bit below the belt, that. Actually, it turns out it wasn't. Like, he probably didn't help out Jimmy Savile, but, like, it seems like it would have been the kind of thing he was into. You know. Also, why does it look like that DUP cunt behind him is trying to explode his head with his mind? I'll fucking kill you, you cunt.
Right problem, Mr. Speaker, because some of us do read the newspapers. And towards the end of last year, indeed on the 30th of December, having written to the House of Lords Appointments Commission, I received a response from the chair, who advised me that as part of their vetting, they provide confidential advice to the Prime Minister on the propriety of a potential nominee. Will he release that advice?
Good, worthwhile question. Also, yes, I do have another Scotsman rolling his R's in throbbing.
Out. I mean, it's interesting. Out of all of the questions we've had, that is like the first pertinent one.
Well, I will say, I will give Kenneth his due on this one and say that the leader of the opposition did ask, why did you get rid of your cabinet secretary? Which is fair enough. Like, it's not the most probing question or anything, but, like, that's at least worthwhile. Whereas the rest of them have been like, oh, this Labour government's so awesome, we're building a new hospital. This is written by Morgan McSweeney Incorporated. You know, which is literally a waste of public time, you know?
Mr. Speaker, I've made my position for clear. He knows how the system works. But, Mr. Speaker, he says he reads the newspapers. He will have read that in 9 days their former party chief executive goes on trial for embezzling money. And if he'll have read that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, we see one of the worst failures in Scottish public life.
Also, this nation is so cocked, because when he said the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, we've got one of those here. So we're so cooked we've got multiple hospitals named after this bitch. Also, the thing that everyone calls Big Ben, the tower, is also now the Queen Elizabeth II Tower. It used to be known as Parliament Clock Tower.
Underground line.
Yeah, called the Elizabeth line, which actually is a very good line, by the way. It's helped out in again another piece of public infrastructure, publicly owned, that helped out the infrastructure of London. Crazy. Anyway, the thing you call Big Ben isn't Big Ben. Big Ben is the name of the bell inside of the thing.
True.
Which is so old school. You know how they get the balancing on the timing is with a series of stacked old pennies.
Really?
Yeah, they don't weigh it properly. They use old pennies to, like, balance out the thing, so it's absolutely perfect to the second. Whereas, like, most clocks use the atomic clock now, because that's literally accurate to the millionth of a second or something. Whereas they're like, nah, fuck it, we're old school. Stacks of pennies, cunts. Let's go.
Vulnerable children and adults put at risk. Evidence of serious warnings to the SNP government were ignored. He should have been looking at...
Sorry, children put at risk. Was Mandelson around? What? What happened there? Allegedly.
The thing is, what's so stupid here as well is the question was, will you release the advice about the appointment of Matthew Doyle, the minutes of the meeting or whatever? Not, what's your opinion on the SNP's history in government?
Yeah. Because he's never answered a single question at Prime Minister's questions. Thus making Prime Minister's questions pointless.
Minister's questions.
Yeah. Which also makes us analysing it sort of also pointless. And you watching it even more pointless. Fucking bow your head in shame, chat!
To be fair, Zach Polanski was on Newsnight if you want to pause this or sack this off and watch Zach. I've just realised.
Yeah, we can do that. Also, yeah, that's a fantastic joke, by the way. It's not called Big Ben anymore. It's now called Massive Mohammed.
Massive Mohammed, so true. We need to watch the last question of PMQs before we do that, though.
Okay, well, fuck it. Should we just skip ahead to it then? Fuck it.
Yeah. And then
watching these absolute minges talk shite for ages. Let's watch Ayub Khan get one of the actually good burns in parliamentary history in.
Yeah.
The meeting that she is requesting with the relevant minister, so we can move as quickly as possible.
Ayub Khan, final question.
Birmingham legend, also was one of the leaders of the Let's Stop Maccabi Tel Aviv cunts thing. So, I mean, a good lad, you know?
Mr. Speaker, rubbish is building up right beneath my very nose. It's becoming...
For those who are just listening, Nigel Farage is sat right in front of him. Solid burns. Love to see it. And fair play, he's giving a little froggy laugh at it. I'll say that. Like, he's not getting angry about it, he's not getting triggered, he's just, you know.
Yeah, it's funny looking at Sarah Pochin with like mock shock on her face and Richard Tice having a good old laugh.
Yeah, exactly, because it's actually funny. Like, yeah, you can just call each other dickheads, that's fine. You don't have to be weird little fucking freaks about it. You get like so offended and pearl clutch. You can just be
You can't call them liars, but you can call them festering rubbish.
Yeah, you can call them refuse. But you can't call them a stool pigeon.
Easy, Tiger.
Look at Sarah Brogin literally looking at him like he just fucking killed his firstborn or something. Like, what the fuck, man? That's so weird. Get the fainting couch. Pochin's about to fucking go down here. What? Get the smelling salts out.
becoming a serious problem. In Birmingham, bin strikes are now running over close to 2 years. So can I ask gently the Prime Minister to intervene and perhaps speak to the leader of Birmingham City Council to see if he can re-enter negotiations with Unite the Union?
Yeah. Solid question, solid burn. Do we even care about the answer?
Nope.
Nope. I'm not even going to... you know what? I'm going to silence the Prime Minister. Cancel culture. Boom.
You're just like Bangor University Debating Society.
Literally, because all I do is deliver banger after banger.
So true.
Thank you, Muna Hassan. Excited to follow this channel. Honestly, those are words that I will throw back in your face. So thank you for your generosity and for following and all the rest of it, but like, your excitement is ill-placed.
I love how this is always your response to people following you, coming to your channel from me.
Well, because I don't want them to get the wrong idea and expect too much. Because, like, they're coming from a channel that does good content, proper analysis, regular actual fucking content. You know, when you say you're going to go live, you actually go live. You know, that sort of thing. You remember to tell people that you actually are going to go live before you go live. That sort of thing. Whereas on my channel, none of those things apply.
I also just kind of go live at random times, but
yeah. Oh, you haven't sent me a thing. Did you not send me a thing? What were we going to watch? I can't remember. What?
Oh, Peston. It's Peston.
Oh, okay. Well,
on YouTube. Peston do all their live streams on YouTube. If you search Peston live, all one word.
I thought you just said it was news night.
Yeah, I did. I got it wrong. But
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh, Lisa Nandy as well. Oh, wow. Okay. Where's no, fuck Lisa Nandy. I don't give a fuck about this bitch. Where's Zach? Oh, we've got the corpse of John Curtis as well. Nice.
Because they were talking about they've done a youth survey, find out about what young people think, which probably be pretty interesting to watch as well.
Oh, do you want to do that? Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Well, let's start with the very professional thing, which is literally this is coming back from a break. They got the fucking thing. Okay.
So they're multi-streaming both to the telly and also YouTube.
Fair enough. So it just goes to show you, chat. It's not just this as a problem dual streaming. Even one of the biggest broadcasters in the country can't do it. Whereas some of us can, you know, skill issue. Just saying. Why isn't the timer going down? Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, right.
Look at Zach tapping along with the theme. Go back 5 seconds. Look at it. That was adorable.
I'll be talking with Zach.
Whoa. Hang on. Right. He was! Oh, God bless him. Oh, he's a fucking sweetheart. Please make this man Prime Minister, for the love of God. Imagine having a nice person in there. Oh, that would be fucking awesome.
I mean, speaking of which, there's been polling coming out from More in Common about favoured prime ministers, and in a head-to-head between Keir Starmer and Zach Polanski, Reform voters prefer Zach Polanski
because he's a nice
despite
person.
all the pandering.
Yeah,
despite all of the pandering.
Amazing. Oh God, Zach. I know you're listening, mate. Love you. Let's go.
Welcome back. In a moment or two, I'll be talking with Zach Polanski, leader of the Greens, but now joining me from Scotland.
You can take the kid out of theatre club. You can't take theatre club out of the kid.
So
he is so theatre coded. He really is. He is Amdram maxing.
The legendary polling expert, Sir John Curtis. John, how lovely to see you. We're living through turbulent times. Keir Starmer thinks he can keep his job all the way to the next general election. Can he?
No. Well, that depends ultimately on whether or not Labour MPs feel that he's capable of winning another victory in 2029, or whether alternatively they come to the conclusion that they might be better off replacing him with somebody else. what happened on Monday was the beginnings of a possibility that maybe there would begin to be a sequence of resignations, but within a couple of hours, as nobody followed up on Anas Sarwar's call for him to resign, we knew that it certainly wasn't going to happen
Literally,
in immediate.
Anas Sarwar climbing out the trenches, running towards the enemy, and looks back, and no one has followed him.
Well, to be fair,
he's just in no man's land on his own. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Well, the thing is, the irony is that a lot of the discussion around this has been all like, what a misstep from Sarwar. No one's backed him up. I'm like, that's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant. All of this is necessary for him as leader of Scottish Labour to be able to point back after Labour get absolutely eviscerated in Holyrood and go, not my fault, Gov. Not my fault.
True.
I said it was. I said Westminster were the problem. I told him to resign and he didn't. Can't blame me.
All I'm going to say is you're falling into the same trap Keir Starmer does by assuming that you're in a court rather than the court of public opinion. Factually, you're correct. He will be able to do that. But in terms of him holding on to the Labour leadership, that needs the Scottish Labour Party now and between now and May to have faith in him to remain. And that includes, of course, the fact that even though he can point back in time and say, see, I told you Keir Starmer was shit, that isn't going to change the fact that they're going to end up in third in Scotland. A place that they've always relied on to elect enough MPs to give them any chance at Westminster.
I mean, it is going to be funny. Everyone like, this kind of just incinerating so much political capital to keep Keir Starmer's career going.
Save Operation Big Dog.
Yeah, literally. Like, and all that's going to happen is he'll just kind of struggle on. He'll just kind of scrape his way along to the local and devolved elections. And Labour are going to come third in Scotland and potentially fourth in Wales.
That would be mental. Those are two places they've always relied on. They are the hotbeds of Labour politics. And again, I'd said this in chat midweek or whatever. Oh, it is midweek, you know what I mean. About, if you remember the great behemoths of Scottish Labour politics, including like former chancellors and prime ministers and fucking leaders. Smith, of course, was a Scotsman. Loads of them. And now the head of their affairs is Anas Sarwar. That's how far they've fallen. This political pygmy is the guy that's going to lead them into absolute, just oblivion. And it's not even just down to him, of course. Keir Starmer has to take a lot of blame for this. Gordon Brown and Tony Blair have a lot to blame for this. But ultimately, he's going to be the person that's going to be holding the can as the party disintegrates north of the border, which is fucking mental, you know?
It's true, but I mean, it still doesn't make him it's still making it a political misstep for him to be calling for resignation, even though nobody else is, right? At the very least, some people will be convinced by him. When, of course, as you pointed out, there at least some of this blame is down to Keir Starmer. He will save a modicum of political capital. I agree with you. It won't save him. But it does make him not interested in...
I think morally he made the right call, but in terms of it being a political misstep, I think it clearly was. Because the fact that no one followed him, he literally marched into no man's land, expecting all the other troops to get out of the trench and follow him, and he hasn't, which leaves you out on a ledge. It leaves you completely isolated. There's no other Labour politician now is looking at Anas Sarwar thinking his position is better than when he made the statement.
I mean, that's true, but the public, I think the public, there'll be some number of people who'll be able to win over with this. Because again, like all the level of political ramifications that he'll feel for this, again, going to be 3 months long at best until the elections come around, then he'll be able to say, I told you so.
But how does that, how does that improve his or Scottish Labour's situation? They're going to end up in third. So he can say, or he can say, well, I called for Keir Starmer to go. But that doesn't change the fact that he's the leader of the Scottish Labour Party that's taken them to third fucking place.
Well, but I guess he'll be able to palm off some of that responsibility onto Keir Starmer more than he would had he not.
That's all. I don't want to. This is turning into an argument, and it doesn't need to be. But it doesn't change anything politically for him. I agree. He can take some personal pleasure in making the right call about this, because he clearly has made the right call about this. It's both morally and politically, in terms of the efficacy, it would be better if Keir Starmer went. But that doesn't change the fact that he's going to end up in third, and no one's going to listen to him going, "Well, I told you so," because they're going to say, "We don't give a fuck. You've led us to third place. You can't go away."
That's also true. Yeah, I mean, and again, maybe this was something that he should have said ages ago when it was clear.
Oh God, yeah.
The thing, yeah.
Well, they should have said this in fucking September when he had to sack Mandelson. Yeah, he should have gone then. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, not only were they cratering in the polls and have been ever since the calling of the general election, but now they're so fucking low down that even him being like, "Oh, yeah, well, he lied to me about noncing and I just believed him," is okay, even though he's a fucking lawyer. No one believes you, Keir. No, Anna Sarwar doesn't believe you. None of your cabinet believe you. Like, even David Lammy, who cautioned you against making this call, still publicly supported that shit. You're all thick as thieves in this.
True.
Time. The things that help to keep Stelma in position at the moment, well, one, it is that, there are elections coming up on May the 7th, and many a Labour MP would not want they to be fought against the backdrop of what is likely to be a fractious and divisive leadership campaign, because there isn't.
Okay, this is a broader point, but they're so Westminster-centric, especially given that Keir Starmer is obviously a London MP. But they're so obsessively Westminster that they've just outed the fact that they don't care about Manchester because they've got the Gorton and Denton by-election and they're perfectly happy to keep Keir Starmer in place during that, which means they don't mind losing that seat to save Keir Starmer, so Manchester can go fuck themselves, right? They don't care about Scotland and Wales, clearly, because they've got elections coming up. They're happy for Keir Starmer to be in there and take the hit, so to speak. So again, they don't mind selling out their party, and indeed by proxy the countries of Scotland and Wales. They also don't care about the people of the regions of England either, because not only are they allowing some of those places to not have elections for a second year running in a fucking democracy, supposedly, but also the ones that are having elections, you can all go fuck yourselves too, because we're going to save Keir Starmer and destroy the Labour Party in your regions too. So they've just got London Labour Party has just given a massive finger to the rest of the country to save Keir Starmer.
And this was coming from the time when, during the Corbyn era, when they were doing not quite great in local elections, but not as badly as Labour predicted to do, going, Jeremy's position is untenable because all of the hard-working Labour campaigners whose positions to be able to serve their community are under threat. And I'm just like, what's happening now?
Have you considered that factional infighting and Zionism are far more important to Labour together than actually helping people?
True.
An obvious immediate successor. The second is, I think it's pretty clear that so far as both Angela...
It's not Operation Big Dog, it's Operation Save Old Yeller. Oh, that's so true.
Rayner and West Streeting is concerned, two of the possible alternatives. The time is not right. Angela Rayner still needs to find out from the HMRC as whether she's going to be fined over her buying a property in Hove, and West Streeting is known to be rather close to Lord Manderson. He would like a little bit of time and distance between the current story and any leadership contest. But the truth is, Keir Starmer is there, in a sense, as much to do with the weaknesses of his opponents and the circumstances of the time.
Yeah, exactly. The only reason he's Prime Minister is because of that. The only reason he's remained is because of that. Yeah.
Yep.
As it is, in any evidence in the polls that Keir Starmer might be able to turn things around. He is deeply unpopular. His party is running on average at 20% in the opinion polls. This is a now continuing record.
Any other leader would be 20 points clear at this point. Fuck you, James O'Brien.
Oh, any other leader would be on 20 points.
Well, exactly, 20 points ahead of nothing. Yeah.
Called low for Labour. And if things aren't better than that by May the 7th, the party is heading for defeat in Scotland, defeat for the first time since 1931 in Wales, and quite possibly coming third in both contests, losing quite a lot of seats in the English local council elections, perhaps not quite so bad in London because they're still ahead in the polls there, but in places like Barnsley, Sunderland, Leave voting territory, all the council seats up for grabs, potentially bad news for the Labour Party. If are things as bad after May the 7th as they appear to be according to the polls at the moment, and there's no guarantee of that, then I think there must be question marks amongst Labour MPs about whether Sir Keir Starmer should go, unless indeed, between now and then, he's changed his style as a Prime Minister has begun to tell the country in what direction he wishes to take it, that he is indeed liberated by the resignation of Morgan McSweeney, and that therefore, as a result, they begin to gain some confidence in his leadership. But he hasn't got
The problem, of course, though, is that part of what he's saying there is at least kind of half true.
Have you got really close to your microphone? Because that went super loud.
No?
No? Okay.
That's weird. But like, there's like half right in saying, well, look, Keir Starmer needs to explain to the country what his big plan is. And I'll thank you, Ian, for the £5. And I'm like, well, that's what you do before the election.
Ideally.
And I'm like, it would be not wrong. He would be in a better position had he done this, or would he do this. But the problem is that you're supposed to sell the country on your plan for government during the election period. That's what a manifesto is for, and then you implement it when you're in government. You don't win the election on promises of things getting vaguely better, have the mission to do good things and not bad things, and then post hoc 18 months later create a plan out of the fucking ether. Because if he does create a plan, who knows whether it will go down well? It doesn't have a mandate to be implemented, does it?
Well, to be fair, he did have a concept of a plan.
We are literally in Trump territory when it comes to the Labour Party in government.
Literally.
As bad as it looks, it would be rational for them to get rid of him. Why is he so unpopular, though? He's more unpopular than both Truss and Johnson, which is almost impossible to believe.
He's in sub-lettuce territory.
I mean, again, like, if just personally, it's impossible to believe that he's as bad as these people. I'm just like, no one wants a centrist.
Yeah.
Everyone hates centrists. And it's very easy to believe when you realise that at least Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss and Boris Johnson had bases of support, whereas Keir Starmer has nobody.
Literally. Also, hello Zakap in chat. Go and follow Zakap. They're Australian, but don't hold
You
that against
should
them.
absolutely follow Zakap.
Even
It's an order.
Even though they're clearly in the pocket of Big Australia, because it doesn't exist. It is a lie. And this is one of the people that's being paid by that lobby to continue to claim that it does exist. It can't exist. Imagine them thinking that the kangaroo is a real animal that actually exists. Stupid. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, it depends on
who would live in a place with poisonous fucking spiders and shit. Move.
Which measure you look at, etc., etc. I mean, the first thing to say is that all of our leaders are unpopular because all of our parties are unpopular. We have to remember we've moved in British politics from an era in which two parties dominated the public, and therefore, insofar as.
But again, the Westminster people, and John Curtis is not the worst of them at all, but like they've just accepted that all of the parties are hated. All of the major parties, outside of, I suppose, the Greens to an extent, but they're relatively new to the fray in terms of major politics. They're all hated, and I'm not going to analyse why they're hated, ever. It's just been accepted that they're hated. Just like it's being accepted that Britain's ungovernable, rather than the people of Britain are not getting what they've been promised by their political parties.
Yeah, like it's true. It literally, they're going to go. Oh, it's a problem with the electorate, as Tom Baldwin said.
Yeah.
The public's view of a leader is partly dependent on which.
Like, how fucking. By the way, how fucking arrogant have you got to be to go to the electorate and ask for their votes, and then if you don't get enough of their votes, you go, "Well, there's a problem with you, clearly." You're a cunt, mate. You're a fucking wrong'un. You live in a democracy. Fucking deal with it. If people don't want to vote for you, it's because you're a prick.
Party they support, it's become so much more difficult for anybody to be popular. But beyond that, the problem that people say, it's the same problem as most political commentators say, they don't know what he stands for. When you get those word clouds, the word that comes out is bland and boring.
And liar. And, of course, cunt.
Tory? That comes up frequently too.
Tory does come up as well. And I imagine the word pedo will appear in those word clouds in the near future.
What's it? Pedo lover was the phrase they've been hearing on the doorsteps.
True, but like people only look. You've got to bear in mind, right? You and I follow these stories. Most people don't. They just hear Labour Party noncing. That's all they'll hear. That's all they'll take in. So the general public conception of these stories is the Labour Party are a bunch of nonsense.
Well, that's the thing. They'll say there's a meme I saw going on. Remember the manifesto at the last election for the Labour Party? It was just a picture of Keir Starmer and the words change. I've just got replacing the Labour Party manifesto with a picture of Jeffrey Epstein and the word nonce.
Or don't even just keep it as a picture of Keir Starmer with the word nonce.
People probably would definitely pick that up if it was put down.
Yeah. Just all I'm saying, chat, is there's a meme in there if someone wants to create that.
Sorry, sorry. According to the political editor of the Eye, there's a media reception from Sadiq Khan where he started off by saying, "Please make the most of the booze because I'll be bringing in Sharia law starting from tomorrow."
Oh yes. You know what? You've got to love a shitpost. You've got to love a shitpost. It's beautiful.
I mean, it's like all of the Mamdani supporters just like playing like Arabic music and talking about like the fucking caliphate of New York City.
the People's Islamic Republic of New Yorkistan. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, fuck it. Because that's the thing. That the ultimate symbol of how establishment media hasn't changed, but the people have, is literally the picture that I've got on a fucking t-shirt of the front page of the New York Post with Zohra Mamdani with the communism and all of that, right? People think that was hilarious. That was brilliant. People were literally paying hundreds of dollars to buy a copy of a newspaper they would not usually wipe their ass with for that front cover because it was that fucking awesome, right? Incredible stuff. They think those old lines of just like Red Scare, Islamophobic shit will work. And it does to an extent with like rightoids, but most people see it as fucking stupid or actually very funny. The only good thing Joe Biden ever did was say inshallah at a presidential debate. Like that was fucking... Well, and of course, massive big ups to the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. Huge fans of the IRA on this channel.
IRA, we're big fans. By the way, if you're big fans of giving money for the IRA, the Inflation
If you want to support the cause, yeah, go on.
You can drop us some gifted memberships or super chats. Coming up to the third hour of streaming, and there's probably plenty of content to come. We've got this and Zach Polanski, so if you can afford to keep the stream going, because we rely on your donations, that would be very much appreciated.
By the way, there's a fantastic, I forget where he was, an American musician during the Troubles, travelled and did a gig in Belfast, and there were people selling like fake merch outside the thing, which is not unusual. And he spoke to them before the gig, and they said they were selling it for the cause, which means they were funding the IRA, right? And jokingly, like, he didn't understand what that meant, so he said on the stage, if you want to support the cause, the people selling stuff outside, give them your money, right? Kind of like thinking that was a thing that happened. He had to get a bomb-proof police escort out of the building because there was a fucking riot. Yeah, just casually, like, just American support funding the IRA was literally how the IRA carried on. Like, literally, virtually all of their money came from Irish diaspora people in North America.
Well, there's an incredible moment actually when Joe Biden was like at some international conference in Europe or something, and someone said, "Hi BBC, can we ask a question?" He was like, "I don't talk to the BBC. I'm Irish."
Yeah. Again, he did have his moments, but then he also did the genocide bit. So you know.
I mean, literally, it's so frustrating. Like Biden strangely surpassed my expectations right up until October the 7th, 2023, and I was like, "Oh, normality has been restored."
Yeah, true.
And beyond that, therefore, given that he doesn't convey a sense of direction, doesn't convey a sense of vision, frankly, doesn't have much in the way of charisma. The various U-turns of the government, some of which have been more damaging than others.
My favourite U-turn he's ever done was he was going to announce, he was going to speak to the... Do you remember on Sunday it was announced he was going to speak to the nation the following day to address all of this? I think you brought it up, didn't you, on Sunday? And then he went back on it. So, and he didn't do a speech to the nation. So he U-turned on the concept of verbal communication.
I probably was going to announce a U-turn as well, so he probably U-turned on a U-turn on a U-turn.
That's just going in the same direction, but having done a spin. Which is just a dance move. He just pirouetted and carried on, you know?
And the one that everybody still remembers is the winter fuel allowance. These have gradually eroded people's confidence in the ability of this government to do what, above all, they wanted the government to do after 2024, which is to turn
Hang on, Biden also mentioned the black and tans when talking about football in Ireland. I don't remember that. That's amazing. Did he start singing them out? Come on, yeah, show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders, you cunts. Let's go.
And the economy, and to turn around the health service.
So apart from all that, John, he's...
By the way, the line in that song, the Leafy Lands of Kilishandra, is an amazing story that people should read about. How the original IRA took over the town of Kilishandra, and literally put an ultimatum to the British troops to leave, to drop their weapons and leave the town, and they would be allowed to leave alive. And they did. And they literally just took over the town and all the British arms. It was amazing. Yeah.
He's doing an absolutely brilliant job. Now, Pippa, I need, though, to get some data from you before I go back to John.
You do. Well, my fellow Scots are quite critical of the party leaders at the moment, as John suggested, with around half saying that they dislike the First Minister, John Swinney, and his Labour rival, Anas Sarwar, with net favourabilities of -14 and -28.
That's double! You can't fucking gloss over that. Anas Sarwar is twice as unpopular as the current and indeed former, because he's 2 times, not non-consecutive, First Minister of a government that have been in charge for 20 years and aren't popular, but will also win a landslide. Yes, it's confusing.
Respectively. But Sarwar has a bigger problem. The boss of the Westminster branch.
Look at that fucking graph! I'm sorry, I can't see you through the amount of fucking dissatisfaction. That's amazing. Oh no. Oh, Sir Keith. KC, sorry.
Is even more unpopular at -64%. Hence why Sarwar threw him under the bus.
Hang on. -64%. Just take that. That's nearly 2/3 of the people. As in, look, and again, that's taking away the people who are supportive of him as well, or including those people. That's almost unthinkable that you would be that unpopular. Like, the Labour Party's a big party. It still has a lot of people who would, in general, want to vote for them, and he's so unpopular, even with what you would think would be a natural base of support.
Because there isn't one. There's no base of
yeah.
support.
Yeah, there is. 14% is like nothing. That's what, just over 1 in 10 people. And who are those people, by the way? Rich cunts, I suppose. I don't know.
Bought people who like politics for vibes.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, people who just want to grill.
Now, polls predict the SNP to stay in power, with Reform threatening to push Labour into 3rd place in Scotland. We don't know where people stand yet on the new leader.
That's also pretty funny, to be fair.
So we should get, people wonder why the fucking 1,000-year SNP Reich has been so successful. Like,
that's an interesting way of describing that. I'm not sure the PR team at the SNP will take that one on. But
that is basically the reality of Scotland. Like they get the fucking Assad numbers at every Holyrood election.
Also, they've been in power longer. They've been longer in power than Hitler was, so they've already surpassed him.
There's no opposition. I mean, again, all they have to do is they are the competent governance. Everyone pretends Keir Starmer is. Yeah, like we do bus passes and we do some progressive taxation and we keep the university free. We have the baby box and cheap prescriptions. So everyone goes, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Take that. Yeah. Let's keep voting for it. Like,
pretty much.
Of Reform in Scotland. His boss, Nigel Farage, polls better than Starmer, but worse than either Swinney or Sarwar. So will Sarwar's gamble pay off?
That's the question I want to put to John. John, if you're still there, just looking at how unpopular Starmer is.
Just want to point out for any Americans, this is not Skeletor. This is noted political pollster and psophologist John Curtis. Okay.
Incredibly respected, yeah.
Honestly, the biggest, like, he's, I suppose, if you ignore the shit politics of the man, he's the British Frank Luntz, I guess.
Yeah. I guess the Steve Kornacki, I think, is the one they have nowadays.
Yeah, Steve Kornacki, yeah.
In Scotland, I mean, some people in the Labour Party think Sarwar made a bit of a fool of himself, calling for Starmer to go, and then, frankly, nobody joining in with him from the Labour Party. But was it rational for Sarwar to distance himself from Starmer in that way?
Yes. It was rational. I don't contend that at all. It was rational and indeed moral. I just think in terms of political efficacy, it didn't work out for him. He made a play, and I don't think it has worked.
Nope.
From his point of view, yes, I think the honest truth is that you're looking at somebody who had come to realise that he was sitting in a car that was about to crash at the end of a cul-de-sac, and where, you know, the cause of that is the fact that the UK government is unpopular, not just with people in Scotland in general. It is unpopular with the people who voted for Labour in Scotland back in July 2024.
To be fair, it's unpopular with the people who voted Labour everywhere. No one likes
unpopular
them.
people who didn't vote Labour. It's unpopular with people who don't even live. It's unpopular with everybody.
It's only popular with, like, I was about to say with Jim Radcliffe because he likes him, but he doesn't like the government. He just likes Keir Starmer. Yeah.
The one thing he still had to hand was the steering wheel in front of him. He's just decided to twist the steering wheel. He didn't know where the car was going. He just had to hope that maybe the car might stop in a rather softer place than the crash barrier to which it was heading. But the truth...
Hang on, what analogy are you now doing? They're heading towards a cul-de-sac, and there's a crash barrier in the cul-de-sac? What fucking cul-de-sac have you ever been to? What are you talking about?
Is whether or not he's ended up in a better place.
I mean, it's not quite the Wes Streeting fucking boating thing, but it's, you know, it's tortured, is the point.
Very debatable. It's proving very, very difficult for the Labour Party in Scotland to distance itself from the perceived record of the UK Labour government. And I mean, to give you one indication, at least those people who voted for the SNP in 2024 actually think that the Scottish government, the SNP Scottish government, is doing a good job. Even the people who voted Labour in Scotland in 2024 do not think the UK Labour government is doing a good job.
Because they're not. They're just, that's just correct analysis from the people who voted Labour in Scotland, yeah. But this is the core problem of that Scotland, the Scottish Labour and Welsh Labour have had, is that they've been shackled to a far more right-wing English Labour Party at Westminster. And they've had to support things that they fucking despise. Up to and including things like the Iraq War or genocide in Israel, right? And economic policy that the people of these places don't fucking want. Which just brings into question, like, why are you still shackled to them? You don't have to be. The Scottish Green Party aren't part of the Green Party of England and Wales.
Well, they're trying to get back involved, though.
Well, they are now because they've moved in the direction of the people of Scotland. So
Yeah,
it makes sense to them. But, like, they don't want to be shackled to the Westminster model of politics. Even people who are broadly unionist in Scotland don't want Westminster's government because they always give them much further right governments than the people of these places have ever voted for. They give them Brexit, which they didn't fucking vote for. Things like that, you know.
That is very, very difficult to escape from.
It is very difficult to escape. I've got one final question. You were talking earlier about the extraordinary fragmentation in British politics. Right now, can you see any scenario?
Again, the Uni Party are so scared that any other party might get involved. And then I include, like, fucking Reform or whatever in this fragmentation thing. The people, the right-wing people in Britain deserve a party that will actually give them the things they vote for. Because that's democracy. That's how that fucking works. The Conservatives have promised low immigration and delivered massive immigration. They've promised low taxes and delivered higher taxes than we've had in decades. The Labour Party have promised far more progressive policies than they've ever fucking produced. Let's say since, you know, 1970 something, you know. And so the idea that these other parties are in here, it's not actual fragmentation. What it is people seeking actual representation of the things they believe in at Westminster, which the Uni Party have not delivered for decades.
Because the thing is people put up with that kind of thing when the times are okay.
Yeah.
Or good.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't accept these things when times are bad. They want visionary leadership. They want someone to lead them out of the dark times, which requires beliefs. It requires direction. It requires being a signpost and not a weather vane. And Keir Starmer is definitionally, as you point out, as a triangulation machine, he is the latter.
Literally, yeah.
When in the coming years up to the election, we see the emergence of a dominant party on the left or right, or are we just stuck with fragmentation in your view?
Well, there are two main reasons why we've got fragmentation at the structural level.
There should be fragmentation. Firstly, the corruption at Westminster is phenomenal. And secondly, the idea that there are two types of people. There are just Labour people and Tories. No, there's loads of different fucking things. In every democracy that's an actual democracy, i.e. proportional representation, you never get a coagulation into two parties, ever. Because people don't fall neatly into those things. If you offer them a range of different parties, people will file themselves into these different parties. Because there aren't just two types of fucking people. And people, when given the option to not have to hold their nose and vote for the lesser of two evils, will vote for a party they actually like, which is neither of the actual parties that we've been given for the last 50 years. People don't want to vote for them. They vote for them because they think the other option is worse. Which is not a healthy democracy.
No, it is not.
First is class no longer defines who votes Labour and who votes Conservative. That fundamental demographic anchor of our traditional two-party system of middle-class people voting Conservative, working-class people voting Labour has gone. Secondly, our politics is no longer about left.
I think it is worth pointing out, this is true if you look at the demographics, right? If you take ABC1s and you map it against C2DEs, they're basically on top of each other. If you plot likelihood to vote Labour or Conservative against age, the lines just are on top of each other. That class kind of dynamic has broken down because the industrial society has broken down. We're a service economy. This analysis of society doesn't work in 2026. I mean, it hasn't worked since 1997, quite frankly, right?
Yeah.
This breakdown in class is an economic thing rather than a political thing, even if the political ramifications of that breakdown have led to even more kind of class decoupling. But also what's decoupled this is that the economy is different depending on which generation that you're born into. Again, you can be as working class in terms of your background and your relationship to production when you were in work, but if you've got an ever-appreciating house price, a pretty healthy pension from final salary or from a good state pension, on top of that, in retirement, doesn't matter how working class you were when you're in work, you are significantly wealthier and more affluent as an individual than a kind of aesthetically middle-class metropolitan liberal elite, as they would call it, type, living in London or Manchester, who rents and who earns minimum wage in the service sector, because they have no money to spend and have no assets. And you have not only a huge asset in an ever-appreciating house that no one else can afford, you have a big pension too. And it's this material difference that has led a lot of voting strategies. I believe in the housing theory of everything, which is this is essentially since right to buy has defined our politic. Access to housing has defined it. And as they created a glut of people who became largely homeowners, their material interest is wildly different to the glut of people they've created that cannot afford to get on the housing ladder ever because they've pandered to the homeowner generation.
Yeah, but again, you mentioned the concrete realities of the economics of the situation, which is something you will not get from the mainstream media because they have vested interests in keeping the financial status quo exactly as it is.
Well, yeah, because having a bunch of people scrabbling for housing as an asset is a way of rich people being able to use that same asset as leverage to be able to make more money by buying up the rest of the stock due to the extra leverage they even have over middle class people who don't have to care because if they're homeowners, like richer, older middle class people don't have to care about all rich people buying up more houses because they already own a house and that extra demand increases their house price.
And of course,
the only group that this disadvantages are people who don't own homes,
which is like a huge number.
Mostly young people.
Yeah.
Mostly just young people as well.
Yeah.
It's like 60% of over 60s are homeowners.
Yeah, and trying to get any kind of change in this is really difficult considering the media is owned by people who are very pro-landlord, and even if there was a bill before Parliament, most of Parliament are landlords as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that so many people looking at politics in this country will look at this class breakdown in terms of the kind of work that you do, like white collar versus blue collar, that breakdown in voting intention, and they will try and say that this is the responsibility of social liberalism, i.e. the left went woke, so the working class social conservatives left. And I'm just like, well, the reason why you think the social conservatives are quote unquote working class is because they are older and therefore were more likely to work in manual labor before we deindustrialized. That's literally it. That is the only reason that this dynamic has happened in this way.
There's a lot of classism in this, and again, this is very reform coded, that when they talk about working class opinion, they just mean racist people. As if all working class people are racist and the only thing they care about is being racist.
Yes, exactly.
Whereas even people in the working class who are racist also care about economics because they're poor. So they obviously don't want to be poor and want to improve their lot in life.
It's true. But the thing is, their conception of working class being about white collar versus blue collar no longer means that working class people, in their eyes, are poor. They think of them as being poor. They think of them as being from the hard done by sector of society, but they have pretty stable pensions and an ever appreciating house. So they are the affluent class in this new reality that's been created by the privatization of social housing.
Good question from Papa in chat. Do you think young journalists like Ollie Dugmore entering mainstream media publications will change the discourse in housing?
Yes, absolutely. I think this is the case. I think,
and not just that. I mean, not just blow smoke up your arse or anything, but having people like Navarra and Turn Left and the Canary and just generally a growth of more progressive media that are entering mainstream spaces. You have Navarra people that go on, GB News, even friend of the channel, which by the way I'll be on again on Friday on Turn Left. Curtis has been on GB News and stuff like that, right? Just
Ash Sarkar was on Newsnight tonight.
Exactly, and has been on Question Time, for fuck's sake, yeah. Just having a more progressive voices represented in these places and these spaces is obviously for the betterment. Not just in terms of housing,
people,
but having a younger generation with a fresh understanding of the realities of the world because they've actually existed in that world. Whereas Keir Starmer, who grew up in a pebble-dashed semi and all of that shit back in the fucking 60s, he doesn't understand the modern world because he hasn't lived in the modern world. In the 90s and 2000s, when everyone else was growing up, he was already a rich lawyer. He was fine. He's never known the hardship of millennials and even Gen X people, I suppose, to an extent.
Yeah, that's true.
And certainly Gen Z, he doesn't understand these things. And the political class don't understand these things. Which is why even right-wingers who are younger have a more progressive outlook on things than right-wingers who are older.
Well, that's true. Like, I was just scrolling TikTok, and Albi Amankona, he was previously the chair of LGBT plus conservatives, right? He's an actual, factual, card-carrying Tory, so much so that he rose up the ranks of one of their fringe groups, right? And even he was on the Jeremy Vine show the other day, talking about Reform UK wanting to get rid of work from home, saying it's just boomer slop. It's awful boomer slop.
Yeah.
Where from people who resent the fact that younger people might get literally anything, despite us having 15 years of wage stagnation and them having 15 years of ever-increasing fucking housing equity.
Yeah.
And fucking the triple rock.
Yeah.
Because
it's unignorable. It's unignorable as a younger person. You can't see the concrete reality of your world that economically you have no chance in. And view like centrist boomer politics as anything. That's why it surprises me that there are young people even in the Liberal Democrats. Why is that a thing? Where are you from? What world do you fucking live in?
What are they doing for you?
Yeah, exactly. I don't understand it, but yeah. Pronounce Z as Z. Well, that's the way people pronounce it, because unfortunately, again, we do need de-yankification, but there hasn't been de-yankification. So if I say Generation Z, you're not going to necessarily know what the fuck I mean. And if communication is about if speech is about the communication of information from one person to another, I need to speak in a way that you might understand. So
Yeah, exactly.
you can weird chat me all you like, but I just fucking owned you bitch.
Yeah, I think Zoomer would be the phrase I always use because it's universally understood now. I think what's good point Nathan Drake saying that working class is meaningless if it excludes half of the working age adults, and that's the thing, right? Is that like the working class in the modern day are mostly C1s. They're mostly people who work in minimum wage or close to minimum wage office or call center or retail or whatever it is jobs, right? And they get paid very low wages and they rent, and that is the modern working class, right? But because we're still living in the fucking half-century old world of the NRS social grade as far as political commentators who don't live in the real world are concerned, it goes, oh, C1 must be middle class. I'm like, no, call center workers earn fucking nothing. They earn pennies.
Yeah. Someone realised that the divisive narrative around Island of Strangers wasn't winning any fucking votes. The Prime Minister has asked Sir Jim Radcliffe to apologise for saying the UK has been colonised by immigrants.
Well, that's not very Island of Strangers now, is it?
Exactly. It's almost like he worked out you aren't going to win any votes that way. So he's gone woke. You prick. Enjoy the dustbin of history, Keir. You have fucking earned it.
left and right, about the question of economic inequality. It's also about the culture wars. It is culture wars issues, for example, that define who supports reform. That makes it much more difficult to bring together a relatively large coalition. Now, it may be that if
Again,
indeed
that's what
this government...
literally, you proved me right 5 seconds later. Go, oh, this is about the culture war. And I'm like, well, boomers have the time to care about the culture war because they have pension provision and an expensive house. Young people do not. We are voting based upon economic interests.
Indeed.
Turn around the economy, can turn around the health service, and either under Keir Starmer or somebody else can provide the people that they've got a prime minister that they can trust, they're enthused about, then maybe Labour may be able to recover. And maybe Kemi Badenoch may indeed begin to be able to turn around the Conservative Party. But they both faced big structural problems in achieving that, let alone the policy challenges that they both have before them.
John, as always, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Right, finally get to Zach.
It's great to see you, just to check in and see that you're still alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sorry, not unalive, undead.
Undead.
Up actually with Zach on one element.
And that's Zach with a Z. See what I did, chat? Fuck you.
You know, John Curtis is talking about quite how badly Labour is performing nationally. You're picking up that they're performing pretty badly in Gorton and Denton when we've got this by-election coming. So why on earth didn't you stand there? You're actually from the area. I mean, were you just too...
Yeah, 20 years ago.
Again, it's so ingrained in the minds of our political class that you just take advantage of local areas and by-elections for short-term personal political interest rather than having the principle of people coming from the area they represent, which is quite literally the fucking point of first past the post.
Yeah, and not just that, but of course, again, it's another middle finger from London to the regions of like, well, your election is just a conduit for London to rule. Okay? Yep. The fact that a person who represents a London thing and has for decades should just go there. The fact that some prick from Hertfordshire can just go, look, what's his name? Fucking Matt Cuntface, right? He's just going to go there and represent the people of Gorton and Denton, a place that he didn't know existed until he became the fucking candidate. Ridiculous.
Scared.
Well, at the moment, Gorton and Denton is really clearly a race between the Green Party and Reform. In Hannah Spencer,
well, I don't think there's data there about that. That's what you... Well, you're just picking this up as a feeling, aren't you?
Well, I think it's as simple as when you look at that contest, it's between a local plumber who's actually from the area and a man who makes money by sitting on a right-wing, supposedly news TV channel spewing hate.
No, it's supposedly a current affairs entertainment channel. That's what they tell Ofcom. It is a news channel. They report the news with lots of spin and lots of opinion. It's not a current affairs entertainment channel, and it's ridiculous that Ofcom lets them call themselves that.
Literally, yeah. Exactly, not parachuting in candidates is an alien concept to mainstream media. Yeah.
Yep.
The idea that the people of Manchester should have a democracy. What kind of communism is this? That's just vote Marxism.
And also, Zach Polanski, elected member of the fucking London Assembly. He has a job.
He literally does, yeah.
He'd be abandoning his own constituents. Oh, there you go. He said, yeah. He literally said what I was about to say.
For the last 5 years. I've lived in London for 20 years. I'm confident in our local candidates. And I think it says a lot about the Labour Party that they're putting that out as an attack line, that I didn't parachute myself halfway across the country to a seat where I know we can win.
But you grew up literally, a few hundred yards down the road from there, so you are a local in that sense.
But I've lived in London for 20 years, so I just think, politicians can feed a line about I'm a local. I serve Londoners, and so I live in London, I'll be standing in the London seat.
And
basic stuff, right?
It's fair enough, yeah.
100%, like literally the fucking person who won for the Labour Party in my seat, right? Councillor in Lewisham. That's what she was. A councillor in Lewisham, and she was like, oh, well, I grew up in the area because she's from Broxbourne. Yeah, 25 fucking years ago.
Well, look
That's
at it this
relevant.
way. At least you had a candidate who did have some connection to the seat. Al Carnes is my MP, a man who I don't even think had ever been here before he was the candidate and hasn't been here since he got elected.
True.
Like, honestly, I don't think he has been to Birmingham Sally Oak less than Nigel Farage has been to fucking not Eastbourne. Where does he represent again? Wherever the fuck it is, that place. I don't give a shit.
Just on just one more on this before we move off this something as narrow as this.
Clacton! Fuck's sake!
Clacton.
My memory is absolutely dreadful.
Election. Would you have? I mean, if it's the case that reform comes through because the left vote is split between you and Labour,
What left
would you
vote?
have no regrets?
Yeah.
About that?
Well, we can never say that Labour are a left-wing vote. This
True.
Is the same party that wanted
True.
to slash disability benefits.
Honestly, true. Look at this fucking bitch! Who is this person? Who is this?
Holly Billington.
You're going on the fucking list, motherfucker.
Oh, which means if there's a new Labour face, which means only one thing.
School check.
School check.
Anyway, she's like aghast, shaking her head. Oh, outrageous that he would point out the thing you're not supposed to point out.
So it's state school and then Sussex University followed by UCLan. So she is not indeed private school Oxbridge.
Ooh, interesting. They've allowed a normal in. Ooh. She's still getting gulagged. The Tesco gulag is absolutely awaiting, yeah. And, of course, David Davis for being a prick. But that's a different thing.
Had to be shamed not to do it. It's the same party that eventually lifted the two-child benefit cap, but it took over 18 months of children living in poverty, and it's the same party that is arming an ongoing genocide.
And again, it's breathtaking at Prime Minister questions for him to go, you introduced the rape clause. Yeah, and you spent 18 months defending keeping it.
Getting rid of your own MPs from the
Yeah.
whip. For also wanting the rape clause gone.
You could have done that instantly. On day one, you could have introduced legislation. And you didn't. You defended it for 18 months. And now you want credit for eventually doing the right thing because Zach Polanski is fucking you. And that's all that's happening here. They introduced it because the Green Party are absolutely devastating the Labour vote.
Yep.
Gaza, so I don't
Oh no, the flames are fighting back. Ah!
think under any metric you can say this Labour Party represents the left in this country, and that's why the Green Party are doing so well, and that's why I'm confident but not complacent we can win in Gorton and Denton.
Keep saying you. I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you questions. But anyway, look, we've been discussing the Gorton and Denton.
Well, no, you are, because you literally said that would be splitting the left vote. So you are, by extension there, saying the Labour Party are the left vote. So you were saying that. Don't talk shit. I know it's a small point, but the media just fucking lie about everything. And I think it's worth pointing that out.
By-election. So here is a full list of the candidates who are standing. You can see these details and much more coverage on ITV.
Okay, Sir Oinkalot. Is that okay? I'll go with that. And of course, Hugo Wills from the Communist League.
It's me.
Bless
I'm
him.
enjoying that the Rejoin EU party is standing twice.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Jackie Piercy and Joseph O'Meachar? Yeah, that's good for them. Good for them. Also, the Tory party is standing 3 times. You've got Charlotte Caden, Angelica Stogia, and Matt Goodwin.
It's crazy, isn't it? Crazy. I enjoy that the person who's standing for Rejoin EU, his surname is what someone says when their stool breaks. Oh, my chair.
Oh, when you said stool, I thought shit.
Oh,
that's
right.
what I thought you meant. And so I didn't. At first, I was like, what? That's a really weird reference. Oh, no, she means a chair. A meat chair. Okay. I'm very anally minded.
True.
Much like former
Anal retentive.
Almost like former prime ministers.
News. Now, David, I want to sort of move on to another story that's around, which is the fact that literally just a year on from appointing Chris Wormold as the most powerful civil servant in the country, Keir Starmer is pushing him out, sacking him. What does that say about the Prime Minister?
So the person he's considering replacing Chris Wormold with is someone called Dame Antonia Romeo, but she was investigated by the Foreign Office while serving as Consul General in New York of accusations of bullying, harassment, discrimination and misusing expenses. Lord MacDonald, who was the permanent secretary in charge of the Foreign Office at the time, said his tried to offer his testimony as part of the vetting process to stop Starmer appointing her.
So it's just the best possible candidates, chat. Highest quality.
Highest quality candidate update.
Although I am disappointed in David Davis because he hasn't brought a pen and a piece of paper to this one. Like he did when he was negotiating with the literal European fucking Union.
He apparently got that appointment, from his point of view, badly wrong.
Well, he seems to have got every appointment wrong. I mean, that's one of the problems here. Well,
You've just handed David Davis one of the just easiest fucking home runs. That's embarrassing.
His history at the Department of Health.
Served it up like a pie from James Faulkner.
Oh.
Which is a reference only people will get from a very specific 2014 IPL game. But there we go.
Yeah.
Sorry, there was incredible, for people who don't know, there's a game of the IPL between Mumbai and Rajasthan where Mumbai needs to chase whatever Rajasthan scored in 13.5 overs or some shit.
Yeah.
Rajasthan posted 190 and they chased it down because James Faulkner bowled 3 leg side full tosses in a row and they all went for 6.
Yeah, which is like almost impossible. Like if you tried to bowl that ball 3 times in a row, you couldn't. One of them would eventually go towards the stumps at some point, you would think, but
yeah.
I mean, he was not thought to have done it.
And he was probably being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it.
I mean, he's like, I wonder how much he was. I'm just gonna. You keep playing. I'm gonna.
Well, isn't the minimum like
IPL auction?
Isn't the minimum for a foreign player like 90 grand or something? So even if you're a nobody, you're doing really well for like 8 weeks' work. You know.
Good job of running COVID. Before then, he was entangled in the tainted blood scandal and handling that. So he didn't have a good record behind him. So, you know...
So you could say there's some bad blood about that. Because he's a cunt.
So James Faulkner's salary was 95 million rupees. I don't know how much that translates into...
That sounds like a hell of a lot, but it's probably like fucking, 20 grand.
His initial purchase was $400,000, which is about a quarter of his salary. So he's being paid like millions of dollars.
Yeah, so that would be certainly over $1 million.
Yeah.
To produce absolute dog shit for 8 weeks.
Yeah. Chucking pies.
Yeah. But also, it's not cricket if you're scoring 190 in 13 overs. That's ridiculous. And if you're paying people that amount of money. Exactly, yeah. You're just like that's ridiculous. That isn't cricket. It
was good fun though.
Oh yeah, I watch it as a different sport. Technically, it's played by people who also do play cricket, but it's not cricket.
Yeah, it's funny the winning moment, where James Faulkner got hit for 6 by a player called Aditya Tare, and he literally pulls his shirt over his head and runs away like a footballer. And like, yeah, this isn't cricket.
Yeah, it's not.
It was a poor decision, I think, at the time.
My favourite thing that shows that how like commercial it all is, the strategic timeout. Which is just an ad break. You're just doing an ad break. Why are you calling it like, oh, it's for the teams to talk about tactics? No, it isn't. You want to show adverts. It's fun. I mean, in a way, that's sort of fine. Like, I don't really care. Like, because cricket, it sort of has plenty of space for adverts anyway. There's an advert between each over in Test cricket. It's very annoying. But like, you just stop pretending this is something to do with enhancing the game, because it isn't.
Or can we just skip past these like liches is what I was going to say. Can we skip past them and go back to Zach?
Yeah, okay. But we'll just say thank you, Fuzzmos, for gifting a community sub, and thank you, My Left Eye, for raiding in. Everyone go and follow My Left Eye UK.
Do it. That's an order.
I don't know about My Left Eye in any other place, but My Left Eye UK is the place to be. Anyway, let's get past these fucking creatures, including Peston. No, he's still chatting to these cunts. Why have you brought Polanski on if you're not going to talk to him? Hang on a minute.
Big poll that we do all the time, which is fantastically interesting. Pepper.
It is, yes. It's our youth...
Fantastically interesting.
Tracker is Youth Tracker Time, our regular poll of young people on all the big political issues. And for the first time, we're now including 16 and 17-year-olds, as the voting age is, of course...
No, that's student politics!
Well, no, whoa. You know it's student politics because under the current government's legislation, there are loads of things on the internet they're not allowed to look at. Things that might, be politically pertinent, like any particular genocides that might be happening.
Or indeed r/cider.
True.
Being lowered. Now, this is voting intention for Westminster amongst this age group, which shows that Zach's Green Party is in the lead amongst...
Absolutely beautiful. it gives you hope, because the future, like, these are young people who will at one point in the future become not young people anymore. Trust me, I've gone through that process. It's very depressing, but it means that they're going to be the kind of larger voter cohort in the future, and they're more progressive, which is dope.
And they're not getting more right-wing with age.
Because they've got no financial interest in doing so, yes.
Nope.
16 to 25-year-olds on.
What was the old line about capitalism creates its own gravediggers?
I forget.
34%.
No, it was literally, I think was it Karl Marx, I think, that said that? But he also said, I've got big cheeks, so, you know.
He also said, well, the funny, someone posted a thing where there was someone defined working class as wearing certain clothes, and it's just like, yeah, like middle class people wear baggy clothes and the working class wears Adidas or something. I forget what it was.
Yeah.
They're followed by Labour on 28% and Reform UK on 18%. And among the youngest in this cohort, the Greens are even further ahead, over 40%. Now, that's voters who might be thinking about going to university. Just before the budget, we asked young people if they thought that uni was worth the money. Most disagreed, with almost a...
It's so disgusting. And this is what Blair fucking wanted when he introduced fees for tuition, right? Fucking evil bastard. He wanted to commercialise this shit. It shouldn't be is it financially worthwhile? Is it fucking socially worthwhile? Is education a worthwhile thing to invest in young people for? Does it make the country better? No. Now it's just it's just a financial investment. That's all it is, like a house. Is it an investment? No, it's a place where a fucking family live, where memories are created, where connections are fucking born. But no, now it's just, oh, is it worthwhile? Is it financially going to be a good investment? No, it shouldn't be about that. Not only should it be free, you should be given a stipend by the government to able to do so without having to get some sort of crippling second fucking job as well. Being a student should itself be a job that the government pay you to do for the benefit of the country.
The benefit of society more broadly, being educated is just a good thing for everybody. And even then, right, like, even if we want to talk about it purely in perfunctory economic terms, there's first of all one thing I need to point out, which is that we don't need to have the repayment scheme being as punishing as it is, with hiked interest, changed terms, and changed repayment thresholds. That is, as Ollie Dugmore pointed out on Question Time, loan sharking. That's what that is. Second of all, the only reason why people don't think that it's worth it is because the governments, successive governments, have looked at our economy and pulverized it with austerity. Americans do not have this problem because their graduate premium has continually increased because governments, both Obama, Trump, Biden, and then Trump again, looked at the idea of cutting spending and doing austerity, said this was really fucking stupid. This is a really, really stupid idea. We're not going to do it until Trump 2 happened and they decided to slash a bunch of things to be able to give tax cuts to billionaires, right? But Obama and Trump and then Biden, they all ran deficits. They all thought we're not going to take money out of the economy so that we can keep the wheels of capitalism turning for at least a little while longer while it kind of stumbles along. And that created investment. That created the ability for businesses to be able to hire people, to be able to make use of the skills that people went to university for, so the graduate premium increased. Europe, we did fucking austerity because of stupid ECB rules and because our central bank and our governments did them anyway, despite us leaving the European Union, and that killed our economies and eviscerated the graduate premium. Third of all, you don't know what skills people might need in the future. The things that people learn in university are things that may come into use at some point in time for the economy. It's a thing called redundant capacity, i.e., right, 40 years ago, no one would have thought we're going to need loads of computer programmers, right? But people who studied computer programming, they all became filthy fucking rich in the 90s and 2000s because there weren't enough computer programmers, so they demanded a very high wage, and there weren't enough of them for the huge boom in the tech sector that we needed. Then it's been oversubscribed to because it's not as heavily demanded as it was in the 90s and 2000s. But still, all of the things that we may need in the future in what's going to happen with the changing economy, having more people who are more educated means you have more redundant capacity, whatever that future skill set of the future might end up being. And if in 5 years' time we might need a bunch of people who are trained, for example, I don't know, in quantum mechanics, I don't know why that might be the case, maybe you need loads of people who are totally educated in quantum mechanics. If you've not bothered training these people because you told people to go and do something else, not go to university to work on, you know, the production line or work on the tills at Aldi, then despite the the necessity of these jobs and the edifying nature of serving your community in that way. If we didn't have enough quantum physicists, we're going to be shortchanged in the international economy because we didn't have the redundant capacity, because people are like, well, university's not worth it because who wants to use up quantum physics? We don't know who's going to need those skills in the future. And if we don't have that capacity, we're going to be left behind as a country.
Indeed. Indeed, very well said, very well said. Someone, just to go back to a thing that someone said, was Adidas even around when Karl Marx was around? That's very sus. To which I say, no, it wasn't. Because Adidas was named after Adolf Dassler, who was a German man, whose name was Adi. He was, so Adidas, literally, and he was a Nazi.
Well,
literally, both he and literally his brother Rudolf was in the SS. Right? They were both fucking Nazis, and they founded Adidas just after the war, just after they had been easily denazified by the thing that I mentioned the other day, which is the denazification trials, where the West German government tried to reincorporate Nazis into the West German society, including, of course, those in business, like the Dassler brothers, who created Adidas. So, it's not just Volkswagen. Just saying. And and Porsche, Ferdinand Porsche was a Nazi. Literally helped design the fucking Beetle. Yeah. Loads of companies are Nazi cunts. Yeah. Coca-Cola advertised in SS magazines before the war. The Coca-Cola company in Germany created Fanta. Literally, because they couldn't get the ingredients for Coca-Cola, so they created a different beverage.
Yeah.
A quarter firmly rejecting
Hugo Boss, yeah.
The Chancellor might have made things worse.
Krupp, yeah. At IG Farben, literally had a fucking chemicals plant at Auschwitz. And they didn't even bother to change their fucking name after the war. They're still just IG Farben.
Worse at the budget by freezing the threshold at which graduates need to start paying back their loans. Intergenerational unfairness has become a defining political issue. Now, Zach, you've said already that university fees are...
Yeah. It's interesting. They go, oh, well, intergenerational unfairness is now this big political issue. We fucking told you. We told you in 2017, and you called us anti-Semitic, Trotskyist, student politician, naive, children who didn't deserve the vote. We were told that we advocated wholeheartedly for a political project that was shaped by our politics, and we were told we weren't even allowed to participate. That even wanting these things made us persona non grata. I will not accept a political and media class a decade later, almost a decade later from the 2017 election, more than a decade since the initial election of Jeremy Corbyn as Labour leader, now wringing their hands going, oh, think of all the young people. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You didn't fucking care when we actually organised our own political projects. And now literally all the politicians other than Zach Polanski are abandoning our politics. Suddenly you're pretending to care as it might impact the Labour vote. Fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. No, absolutely correct, yes.
It's so... And I hate... I try not to lose my rag on this channel because I can have a live stream fail or something, but it's so frustrating to be ignored as a generation for so long by a political class who just don't give a shit about our opinions because they will fall outside of the acceptable Overton window of politics in this country, to then come back and pretend like we just didn't know that Plan 2 student loans. It's a big scandal that's coming out. It was a scandal a decade ago. We told you. You didn't listen.
Yep.
Jeremy Corbyn offered to get rid of student fees, and you told that it was fucking student politics, and it was pie in the sky, and it was impossible, even though it doesn't even cost that much in terms of the annual budget. Fuck off.
And of course, again, the reason you can tell that it's only to do with financialising the system is because for every £1 that the student has to pay into its education, the government pays £12. So it's not even saving us any fucking money. It's just about making it financially crippling for students to have to do so because two reasons. Firstly, it commercialises it and financialises it to the point where the pound is the ultimate thing, right? It's not about the social worth of education, it's about the financial investment. And secondly, it saddles students with debt in the way that they are in the United States, which means that they're just absolutely incapable of ever progressing because they're just laid down by this massive weight of debt constantly.
And told that we're economically irresponsible to ask for debt relief and reducing student fees by people, first of all, who got their fucking university degrees for free, paid for in their entirety by the state, and in service of paying extra money in terms of this extra graduate tax on people's income to fund a triple-locked fucking pension
Yeah, and they got
which
a grant.
isn't linked to the wages that we've had stagnant for 15 years. It's infuriating.
Yeah, their education was paid for, and they got a grant in most cases.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, yes, thank you to
EMA
everyone
gone as well.
Yeah, EMA. I got EMA briefly when I was a student. £30 a week. I spent it on weed mostly. Anyway, the point being, that was me though. Most people are responsible. The point being, thank you everyone in chat for mentioning the various companies like BMW and Mercedes and IBM and various others that were involved with the Nazis. And don't let these cunts forget. Also, Walt Disney was a Nazi, so I just say, like, he literally wrote a book about how literally doing the JQ. An entire thing which inspired the Nazis. It's a piece of fucking garbage. And yet Disney is still called Disney and honours Walt Disney. Brilliant. Had a signed picture of fucking Adolf Hitler on his desk. Before the war. After, like during the war, when America entered the war, all of a sudden, all of those Nazis were like, whoa, that's not us. No. Bad.
So, I would like to point out, if you spend your additional welfare on, as somebody points out in chat, video games or weed, as you say, right? Like, the EMA is just adding to the total pot of money that you have access to.
Yeah.
Like whether you're not really spending the EMA on video games, you are spending your money on video games, and the EMA allows you to have additional spending because you're not spending your own money on your educational maintenance. You know.
Yeah.
Because people who receive money from the state are also allowed nice things.
That is also true. Also, I just want to say, even if, as with the 2-child benefit cap and all the rest of it, even if a tiny number of families have 10 children, the fact we shouldn't punish the vast majority of people because some people are irresponsible.
Also, you shouldn't punish the kids anyway, because it's not their choice.
Well, exactly, yeah, but I mean, even if we're going to do the whole personal responsibility...
Yeah,
like,
true.
It's nonsense. Also, just the last point on Hitler, as you do. Technically, Hitler and Big Chungus overlapped. Technically, the original character that we now refer to as Big Chungus, which is essentially a fat rabbit, right? That originally appeared in a film that happened just before Hitler was dead. So in theory, he could have seen Big Chungus, although he almost certainly didn't. Just want to say.
Are outrageous. What do you plan to do about it? Would you write them off?
Well, first of all, I think we do need to abolish tuition fees altogether. We also need to look at bringing back maintenance grants.
True.
I think also we need to stop this freeze that's dragging people into those thresholds. More widely, I personally do want a conversation about debt forgiveness. I went to university when it was £3,000. 20 years later, I've only just paid that off.
Well, Zach Polanski, the only difference between you and I is I haven't paid a single fucking penny of it back. The student loan company can send me all the letters you like. I am too poor. Go fuck yourself.
I think it's the other thing that's so scandalous about this, right, is that I also went to university when it was £3,000 a year.
Yep.
I have paid literally zero. I have paid zero interest. I've paid zero student loans because I came from a family where they were computer programmers at the time when it was very lucrative to be a computer programmer, and they could afford to pay for my tuition for me. No interest, no student loan, no debt, no nothing. And in total, they paid less than kids of poor families will pay now, not only because the fees have been hiked, but because when you pay back the loan, there's fucking interest.
Yeah.
My parents were rich enough to ensure that I did not, A, have the burden of paying back the debt, and B, the additional cost that being poor puts upon you for wanting access to social mobility. It's obscene. Yep. It's totally obscene. We make poor people pay more.
Literally. Fucking mad shit. Also, I know it wasn't called Big Chungus then. I just meant the character that we now refer to as Big Chungus. Which is like, I didn't even know it was that old. I thought it was from like the 70s or something. It's not, it's from the 40s. Which is mad.
I spoke today to one of the Young Greens co-chairs.
Imagine trying to explain to the animators of 1945 that their creation would one day, 80 years later, be used as a meme, and then explaining to them what a meme is. Impossible.
Of the Green Party, they've just come out of university with £76,000 worth of debt, and every single year it's going up a couple of grand. That's not sustainable.
But the value of outstanding loans is set to reach, by the end of March 2025, it did reach, in fact, 267 billion quid. What would you cut to do that debt forgiveness?
I wouldn't. I'd raise taxes. Yeah, fuck you.
So that's future payments to the government over time. That's £275 billion over the next, 50 years, potentially, of repayments. It was 40 years that they've extended it to. I think the Tories extended it to 40 years. That's 40 years. To try and... The fucking media in this country, like, trying to add this up over the entirety of the period of potential repayments and go, oh, well, you're increasing spending by £275 billion immediately. No, I am going to have £275 billion less revenue over the next 40 fucking years.
Which
that is not a huge amount of money.
A drop in the ocean.
I mean, it's not nothing. It would require taxes to go up, I agree, but it wouldn't require £250 billion of tax rises right now.
Well, actually, it wouldn't, because if we just cancel the current massive investment we're going to be doing in the military, that would more than pay for it over that period.
That's true.
Like, was it
also,
70 billion extra a year or something ridiculous?
Yeah.
Like, that's over the course of that would pay for itself in less than a decade, let alone 40 years.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that then. Let's not have a non-independent nuclear deterrent. And then we can afford to not just save that 270 billion, but invest even more into an education system, which not only, as you've pointed out before, is one of our great exports to the world, but is also one of the only fucking industries in this country that even functions.
Oh shit, I forgot about the export line as well, yeah, because I was doing this whole economic evaluation of what our universities are like. I mean, it's obscene that universities are going to go bust because they're cutting places for foreign students, essentially to fucking appease reactionary boomers, right? Reactionary conservative boomers, because they want immigration number to go down, despite the fact that they are subsidising the education for British people by paying obscene fees that we don't even.
And
pay,
of course,
we have
destroying the future of the country, because boomers are going to need heart surgeons, but we're not going to have any fucking heart surgeons because universities are going to close.
Yep, exactly, 100%. And on top of this, it's keeping our balance of payments in check. We're a net importer of goods. Yep. We import a lot of goods because we don't produce very much here because we're a service economy. We rely to be able to make sure our balance of payments of foreign currency coming in versus the amount of currency we spend and generate in this country. We temper that balance of payments by exporting a lot of financial products via the City of London and exporting huge numbers of university degrees via foreign students.
They pay an obscene amount of money to come and study in Britain. Like, I remember there was a guy, Indian I studied with, and this was 20 years ago, and his tuition fees were like 10 times the amount ours were. Like, he was paying, like, disgusting amounts of money. Although, to be fair, he said his dad was, like, some fucking police chief in India, and he was corruptly, like, getting the money to do it.
It's true. I mean, it's usually very rich people who do it. I'll happily take India's rich money. Like, but the thing is that they don't really have access to work. I think their visa allows them 10 hours of work a week or something maximum. Like, they're not allowed to really impact the labour market. They're just massive net contributors to the economy because they just take this massive lump of foreign capital and they spend it not just on university fees and courses and textbooks. They spend it on accommodation. They spend it on all of the things that they do and all of the groceries that they buy and spend. And none of that is impacting the labour market because it's all foreign capital. It's all foreign capital. It's pretty important to the country.
And of course, but a lot of them stay and financially and culturally fucking enhance the nation.
Well, yeah, like they get, the very high quality degrees that our excellent universities provide for them, and then they use it to enter our labour market as a skilled worker. The thing that all of these anti-immigration types say they really want. They really want skilled workers. They just don't want any of the rabble, right?
Yeah. But what we should do is get rid of this supply, this constant supply of highly educated, rich people.
Yeah, we should get rid of all the foreign money, get rid of all of their skills and talents, because big number too big must go down. Monkey brain, like.
Yeah, absolutely mad. Do you trust the Green Party? Well, I don't trust any individual party in 100%. No, because they're if David Cameron ever made a true statement, it was in that chummy Rose Garden thing with Nick Clegg, when he said that all political parties are by their nature coalitions. Now, of course, he was being disingenuous, but the point remains that he was actually correct. The Green Party is a coalition. You're seeing, I think, some people starting to rub up against each other of, like, old school, more environmentally focused Green people who are basically kind of Lib Dem-y a bit, mixing with more industrial, urban, younger cohort of, like, ex-Corbynite people that have entered the party, people like myself and I suppose you as well. And so that coalition of people is going to have a disparate, a set of opinions and strategies and priorities and all the rest of it. And so I don't trust any individual party in that way. In the same way I don't trust any country in the same way. It's a matter of judging it on a case by case basis and deciding what's the most efficacious choice. And I think the Green Party are by far the best that we currently have on offer. But there's no, absolute loyalty. I'm not a sycophant or anything. And if Zach Polanski turns out to be a cunt, I'll call him a cunt. I don't think he will, because I think he's actually pretty fucking good.
Sometimes make me good, sometimes make me shit.
I do trust that. I don't think he's going to end up going that way.
Getting rid of student fees is a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? The one thing that was one kind of accusation that's been thrown at us, especially those of us who left Labour to join the Greens, is where's your party loyalty? You're just a fair weather socialist, right? Who only wants to be part of the movement when times are good. And now the other half of the party's in charge are just throwing your toys out the pram. First of all, we were kicked out. But second of all, my loyalty isn't to a party. My loyalty is to an ideology. It's to a set of principles and moral and ethical grounding of how I want politics to go. And if Labour doesn't represent those, I will leave and join another party. The Greens are showing me those ideological and moral principles that I have, so I'm supporting it. It's really not difficult.
I would only add, just as a personal piece of silliness or whatever, I would remove the word ideology from that, because I don't have an ideological alignment. I have a set of moral principles that I think currently, if someone can prove to me that socialism ends with the working class being worse off, I'll stop being a socialist. Because I've got new information that suggests that socialism is bad for the working class. My loyalty is ultimately to working... I don't want to say working people, because Labour people say that all the fucking time. Working class people, right? The working classes of the world, the poor and oppressed of the world, are the people I feel loyalty toward. And I want the betterment of those people. And so if someone could show me that conservatism is the betterment of the working class, I'd become a conservative.
Well, that's the thing.
You can't do that, by the way. I've analysed it thoroughly enough. You can't do that. But if someone could show me actual evidence that some other ideology is better, I'd become that thing.
That's the thing. It's so true. I mean, because I guess there's a big kind of gap between. There's a conversation for another time, but broadly, yeah, conservatives have just been on the wrong side of history every time. Yeah. Literally every time.
Yeah, and of course they personally despise the working class, which means they can't, even if they accidentally occasionally do something good, they can't be good for the working class in general, because they don't even like them.
Well, this is why we need to look at spending multipliers. Ultimately, an educated population is good for our economy. Ultimately means we can be productive, we can get investment going around the economy. At the moment, ladening people with private debt...
And I understand why Zach's making this argument, because economics are a big thing, and that's fine. But for me, it's always a much more nuanced discussion, which you can't really have on Peston. It's not a fucking debating society or something. It's not fucking Russell writing to fucking Marx or something. It's whatever. Not that their lives overlapped, but regardless. It's about the cultural impact of these things. I don't give a fuck if something actually fundamentally improves the economy of the country. No one needs, financially speaking, for a population to learn to speak, learn ancient Norse mythology. That doesn't really financially improve our situation in the slightest. But if someone wants to go to a university to study ancient Norse mythology, I think they should do so for free and be given a stipend. Because I think it's better for the country to have an educated, well-read, thoughtful, nuanced group of people.
I agree. I'm 100% agree. And also, the argument he's making here is for tax cuts. That's the argument he's making. He's arguing by tax cuts improve the economy by giving more people more money to spend. And that's wrong. I think taxes should be higher. I just don't think that we should be posing 9% tax very specifically on graduates to pay for a triple lock pension or military investment, right?
The one nuance I would add to that is, to a certain extent, tax cuts can be better for the economy if it's given to people who will actually spend that money in the economy. So the lower down the economic chain, as it were, that you do tax cuts, the better it will be. Because those people, if you give me an extra £10, I have to go and spend that £10. Because I'm already running a very frugal fucking life, right? I already don't have enough money as it is, which, by the way, you can improve with bits and subs and memberships and all that shit. But I will go and spend that money in the economy because I need to. Whereas if you give fucking antibiotic injecting rapist, allegedly. Bill Gates, a tax cut, he's not going to spend any of that money. That's just going to end up in the fucking Cayman Islands like the rest of his money.
I was going to buy more farmland.
It's going to buy more farmland, or it's going to buy more high-paid lawyers who are probably going to send me letters soon if I keep talking about him like this. Which is, you know, legally speaking, fair enough, I guess. He hasn't been convicted because no one has. When they say, oh, this was an example of how rich men thought they could just break the law and get away with it. Well, they were right. Because they did. And they did get away with it. Yeah.
Is no future for young people. So sure, this is going to be expensive, but it's about political priorities. Right now, the government...
By the way, how the fuck is it 1:45? What happened to the time?
I mean, I know, right? It's crazy.
We started at 9. How long have we been fucking going? This is ridiculous. We've been going nearly 4 fucking hours.
It's been good fun.
Would you shut the fuck up? Stop interrupting.
Shown that young people...
with your high class analysis of the situation. It should just be me swearing. That's all we need.
Well, so much of this has been... So much of this has been like topics that I have huge rants to be able to say about. Like the university really gets my go.
They mentioned housing, so I'm surprised we're this far along, in all honesty.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is I'm concerned about the future of young people in this country.
Polly, just on one of the things that was on the screen there, which actually slightly made my jaw drop, only 1 in 10 young people strongly agree that going to university is a good thing. I'm sort of
worth the money.
Yeah, worth the money, not a good thing. Worth the money. But again, to these fucking Westminster brain scumfucks, that's all that matters. That's the same thing. Your financial interest and the good of society are completely indistinct to these fucking losers.
Also, by the way, point I will say, we have been going for 4 hours.
Yes.
If you would like to fund us for the 4 hours of content, we would be very appreciative of that potential thing.
Okay, one nuance to that. You will be very grateful for it. I will probably smack talk you if you give me money. I will probably chastise you for your generosity that is ill-placed by giving me money. When you should be giving money to literally anything else. Just burn your money. Literally burning your money would at least create heat.
that it's as low as that. I was quite struck. I don't know if you saw, Andy Burnham sort of coming out for the Prime Minister.
Oh my god, she literally has a face like a fucking bulldog who just piss off nettles. The fuck is wrong with her?
That's an incredible turn of phrase.
Thank you. It's a very Brummy turn of
Sometimes
phrase.
maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Yeah, she's just face
4
like a
hours
smacked
of
arse,
content.
man.
Here's money.
Mad.
Roll in it.
Thank you, Wayward Historian, for a super chat. Much love to you. Yeah, these Labour people are just such sour bastards. Because again, this has never been inspired by love. It's only been inspired by hatred of the left. The entire New Labour, Starmerite, Mandelson, Nonsense project has only ever been about excising the left and being powerful. They're fucking trash.
Just a couple of days ago, one of the things he said at the Resolution Foundation is he thought it was one of the most disgraceful things that the Blair government had ever done was to set this 50% target for young people going to university. Do you agree with Burnham on that?
What? No, the disgraceful thing is laden people with huge amounts of debt.
Hang on, did Burnham say that, and in what context did he say that? Because if he did say it and he means it in that way, that changes my opinion of him quite significantly, I think.
Yeah, likewise. It was a good thing. Again, it was important. Like, one of the things that I have to admit about Blair that he got right was the necessity of having these hard skills.
Yeah.
In the long term for the future of what's going to be a very service-based technological economy.
Exactly, because we don't have coal mines anymore. So the thing that replaces that is a high-skill, high-tech, industrial sector. So you're going to need people to go to higher education institutions. That's just a fact. You need more people who are more educated.
The problem is, of course, is that Tony Blair just didn't predict that someone would come into government after him and just destroy the fucking economy in the form of George Osborne, right? Again, like, we should have the same kind of high-skilled technological jobs that Silicon Valley has in this country, but no one would invest because the economy was fucking stagnant under George Osborne.
Yeah, true.
No, I don't. I do, however, think that what Keir has said about making sure that you have a broad range of opportunities for young people is really important. And that's why I think, well, that's one of the things that I feel really strongly about, because I am seeing young people in my constituencies, one of the most deprived in the southeast. 10% of the population in my community are part of the most deprived in the country. And I want to make sure that they have access to opportunities, which at the moment they're not getting, partly because it's really difficult to navigate your way through the pathways to get decent apprenticeships. If you want to go to university, you fill in a UCAS form, the universities choose which one of whether you're suitable for it. The paths are quite simple. Apprenticeships.
No, okay, but like the number of people that go there is dependent, at least in part, on the amount of money that government gives on the basis of the amount of places offered by universities. So the government can adjust that lever. Ironically, there is literally a grow university places button. It's called money. If they give more money to universities and say you need, in order to get this grant, you need to have X number of places, they'll provide that X number of places. So it's not like it was set in stone or anything. We could set a target of 100% of children going to university if we wanted to. I don't think that's necessarily necessary or wise, but we could do it. We have the money. It could happen.
It's much harder, and there are not good pathways into opportunities for a wide range of young people across the country, and particularly in coastal areas like ours. So a strong industrial strategy, proper amount of apprenticeships, and decent support for student finance are all things we need to ensure that we've got.
Right. It's a bit of a scandal.
I agree with Burnham, actually. I mean, on this, because one thing we
Yeah,
don't
because
know
you
about
think
is
working
what
class
the
people should
write-off
stay in
rate
their
is.
lane.
Yeah.
That's it.
Which is ironic, because even though he sounds like a posh cunt, he actually comes from relatively humble beginnings himself. Which is just mad to think about, because he's like
literally
a Tory grandee. What the fuck?
Every time when you hear a Tory, let's go like, not everyone needs to go to university. My kids, they need to go to university.
Yeah.
Everyone, other people's kids, no, they don't need it.
Tarquin and Delilah need to go to university, but Dave and Rick can go fuck themselves. They can get one thing she did forget, fucking Billington there, was the Starmerite spin, which is not just that you're not going to just do an apprenticeship, it's a gold-plated apprenticeship.
Ooh.
Which doesn't mean fucking anything.
For the current liability now, it's probably north of 10 billion.
It's huge.
So we should recognise that, and recognise that in exchange for that, we're getting some...
Okay, 10 billion, okay. How much is the military-industrial complex costing us every fucking year?
Exactly.
And why is that never analysed? Why, when we have a massive increase in military expenditure, do we never get these deficit hawks out here screaming about how can we afford this?
Something which is not delivering jobs for youngsters. That's why only 1 in 10 think is a great idea. It's because they come out of university and it's not...
Again, financially worthwhile, not a great idea.
Also, like, yeah, you knew. He says, "Oh, it's not providing jobs for youngsters." Yo, you didn't provide jobs for youngsters. Your stupid fucking government from 2010 till 2019 hacked the economy to pieces, hacked these people's futures to pieces, so that you could sell it off to the highest bidder via privatization, right? Like, you deliberately tried to shrink the state, so under nonsense ideological politics, that was the worst thing you could possibly do when interest rates were nothing.
Sometimes maybe good,
the markets were
sometimes
telling
maybe
you they
shit.
wanted to borrow from you. They probably would have paid you for it. Had negative interest rates at some point in terms of gilt yields, right? They were desperate for money. You didn't give it to them, and that meant that the economy just crawled to a pace. Business investment, private sector investment was an all-time low, which is exactly where these graduate jobs would have come from for these millennials to be able to go into who had these degrees. It's your fault. You didn't create the jobs.
Literally. Yeah. I wonder if they'll let Zach speak ever again.
Not equipped for a proper job.
Yeah, I think that is certainly part of the very serious problem at the moment. Both of you don't go away. Zach, I'm coming back to you in a moment or two. Much more.
Finally.
Jesus Christ, okay. Let's skip past all of this Oh, hang on. Whoa, Zach stood up. Hello, lad. Oof. Beefcake. Sorry. Oh, we don't actually hear them now, do we? No, fuck it.
Dunno.
I don't know. Who cares? What are they doing? What the fuck are they doing?
Curling?
Oh, yeah, that's a curling ring. Oh, yeah, because the Winter Olympics, yeah.
All right.
Interestingly, did you know, just apropos of nothing, I'm not making a comparison to the modern situation at all. Did you know that the Winter Olympics that didn't happen in 40 or whenever it was supposed to happen, was also supposed to happen in fascist Italy, and didn't happen because of the war. Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, the rise of fascism and having a Winter Olympics given to the Italian government when it has a fascist government has precedent. Just saying.
If it works like that.
It only worked like that for him.
He did the tapping again. He tapped again. It's Tap Polanski.
Tap Polanski.
Welcome back, and we've got more on the youth tracker from Pippa.
We do get plenty of it tonight. Now, David, I want to show you something from our youth tracker, which is that we are 16 to 25-year-olds if they wanted to rejoin the EU.
That's a bit more than 52%, lads.
Okay.
Just saying.
That's the young people voting Lib Dem chat.
Yeah, true.
People young enough to not so young they don't remember the Brexit referendum or the Brexit impasse, but too young to remember the coalition.
True. Yeah, true. Yeah. It's not Gen Z, it's Gen FBPE. Yeah.
So true.
Said it.
And the response was pretty resounding. 83% are in favour. And I remember none of these young people that we...
I hate to let my boomerphobia show again here. Again, apologies to boomer comrades in chat, right? But this is yet another instance of boomers literally telling their own kids to go and fuck themselves.
Pretty much, yeah. But that's the thing, old people voting for things that are going to fuck over younger generations because they won't have to face the consequences because they'll be dead.
Literally, like I saw
it's
Matt
basically
Goodwin
British politics now. That's all it is.
Yeah, I saw Matt Goodwin describing net zero politics as a luxury belief. I'm like, there is no bigger luxury belief than I can afford to burn the planet to a crisp because I'm going to be dead when that happens.
Okay,
that is the ultimate luxury belief.
I would take your position seriously, but you didn't refer to it as net stupid zero, so
so true.
Opinion discarded.
polled would have been able to vote in 2016. So, David, you were Brexit Secretary then. Do you think the young...
And you did really well, Mr. I brought paper to a massive stack of folders fight.
Well, this crazy that just didn't get any traction in this country. When it was all over Le Monde, right? It was the front. Yeah. It was the front page of Le Monde, right?
I think it was. Yeah.
This guy's a fucking idiot.
Yeah. Well, the whole of Europe was like, "What are they doing? What the fuck are they doing?" Also, the phrase Brexit became a synonym in parts of Europe for someone who says they're going to leave a party and is still there hours later.
It's so true. It's so true. I mean, I think what was funny was reading the press. You'd expect it to be like glee and jubilant at just how poorly it had gone. There was all pity.
Yeah, it was all like, yeah, because people, there's been economic and political problems in various parts. Like, Italy used to have a prime minister every 6 months, that sort of thing. There was political instability. And people looked at Britain, and for all of the faults of it, they were like, well, that seems like a stable country that seems to know kind of what it's doing. And now everyone looks at it like it's a fucking basket case. Because it is.
People have got it wrong.
Yeah, I do.
My God, that's the most shocking thing you said all night.
Well, who was it that said if you're not left wing at 20, you haven't got a heart? Well, this is the modern.
This is left or right wing.
Yeah, it's really not. But to the Brexit-minded freaks, that's it. That's the defining characteristic. Were you pro or anti-Brexit?
Well, yeah.
Forgetting, of course, that fucking John Major's Chancellor is one of the biggest pro-EU voices in the House of Lords now.
So what's done right is that being pro-EU in the 90s was a right-wing position, and in the 80s, and especially in the 80s.
And actually when we joined the EU, bizarrely. Or when we joined the European market, because Thatcher campaigned in favour of it before she became Tory leader, and Tony Benn campaigned against it.
Yeah, and that's because we were being threatened by cheap manufacturers in Eastern Europe, especially after the Iron Curtain fell. And yet, in 2026, it is now a left-wing position to be pro-EU, in my opinion, because we're not protecting our industry from Europe, which has very similar industrial problems than we do. We're protecting our industry from China. China is now the threat to our industry, not Eastern Europe. So being a member of the European Union is access to big levels of protectionism and EU subsidy and industrial strategy, and we're not now actually. Our politicians are advocating free trade with China, which is unironically that's right wing because that is undercutting UK workers to get access to cheap electric vehicles.
I'm sorry. When did you become Donald Trump? The problem is China.
China. Unironically, I am being Biden-pilled on this. It's really, at the start of the Unknown Economics video about free trade, he's like, oh well, there's been this trade war where the US have put money into the car industry and have slapped huge tariffs on China, and the year is 2022, and I am Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
Doesn't it worry you though?
No, it'll change over time as they.
No, it'll change over time that you'll be dead and you don't care.
And also, again, like people aren't getting more right wing as they age. We've gone over this.
So, well, you say that. Do you think?
not, David.
Do you not think that it means that at some point in the future they'll undo your Brexit?
Well, it's possible. I mean, this government might undo my Brexit. It's trying to do it by the back door anyway, but I don't think so.
Also, that's just fucking democracy. People shouldn't be worried about that. That's how it works. Like, the idea that Brexit people are like, you can't have a second referendum now. Well, you can. If people vote for it, you absolutely fucking can. Yes. Like, if that was the case, why did you happily support and vote against the will of the people in 1975? Because we had a second referendum because things had changed. It's fine. That's how it works. Brexit was a second referendum. For 40 years later, which is fine.
Yeah, true.
I mean, Zach, I can't remember. Are you firmly in favour of rejoining?
Firmly, very much in favour.
So you're the only party.
Well, I think Brexit's been a disaster under.
No, I think the Lib Dems are pro rejoining, aren't they? Surely.
I'm assuming he's in the studio, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Also, why is what? Not Polanski, sorry. Peston, why are you wearing trainers? Or why are you wearing trainers behind a clear desk? Just have a desk where we can't see the fact that you're in your trainers and underwear under there or something. Actually, he's probably not in his underwear, but he could be. I don't fucking know.
Criteria and any measure, whether it's economically, socially, culturally. And actually, I think right now we should be talking about rejoining the customs union, but more widely, I do want to see us back in the European Union.
Polly, this is a major problem
Fair
for the
play.
Labour Party because very large numbers of people who are instinctively Labour voters.
You don't have those.
Yeah, that goes against the decision that Westminster has made for the nation.
Yeah.
Because that's the way the power goes. It's from Westminster down, not from the people to Westminster.
Yeah.
Are supporting the Greens on this issue because they think you are unbelievably feeble on the EU.
No, I think what's really interesting is, I mean, I have these conversations on the doorstep quite often where people say, why won't you make us join the EU? And I said, well, you need to ask to be let back in, for a start off, and not to put too fine a point on it. David and his cronies walked into the party, smashed everything up and left. And then it's very difficult to turn around and say, oh, I'm really sorry, can we come back in, please? And expect...
Honestly, from the EU's perspective, it financially makes a certain amount of sense. But from a headache perspective, why would they want us to rejoin? We were always cunts. Every fucking meeting of EU leaders or economic ministers or whatever, it was always Europe trying to agree to some shit and Britain going, no, I don't want to do it. No.
I mean, it's been the position of the EU for a long time, I think, that, again, because it was so stupid, the process, they have said they would like us back. I think it's been the position that say, yeah, if you want to come back in, it's fine. Like, you won't get as good a deal.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
We had a sweetheart deal before, which we're never going to get.
No, exactly. You have to accept the euro and Schengen and blah, 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 blah. Tough shit. That's the deal that's on offer. If you want it, we'll happily have you back. If not, go fuck yourself. And that's sort of the point. That's why I was okay with there being a referendum, because there needed to be a decision. The British people needed to decide, were we actually in this shit or were we not? Because you can't be so half in it but screaming about anything it ever does ever. Because like you no other club would have a situation where everyone else wants to do a thing but one person gets to just veto that shit and bring it down. every fucking time. Or carve out its own interests at every fucking turn, because then you don't have a single market anymore.
No.
To get a resounding welcome, we need to re-engage much more carefully with our...
We could become an American state, true. I really think that's about as unlikely as Anas Sawar becoming First Minister.
with our closest neighbours and our biggest international market in order to be able to get to a place where we can grow the economy. That's straightforward. It's just practical. No, what I'm saying is we need to have practical relationship with our European neighbours because they are they're a massive market, and at the moment we're...
Do you remember when the Brexit people said, well, we need to have a referendum and we need to do this because it'll end all of the endless wrangling about Europe?
Yeah, the worst possible result was a really tight contest, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. If it'd been 70%, then there's no argument. But 4%, especially when then the 52% insist that everyone voted for the hardest Brexit ever. Dickheads.
Not getting the benefits we should do, and that's because of the consequences of what you did. No, I'm not saying that.
Why aren't you saying it, Polly? I think what David is saying is why aren't you want all the benefits of joining without joining? You're not going to get all the benefits of joining without joining.
What you need to do,
it's not going to happen.
What you need to do is you need to have a conversation with your neighbours about how you're
and
going
which
to
they
get
then
on
say
with
you
it.
can't have what you want.
Well, then that's about negotiation, isn't it? And rather than saying, oh, thanks very much, we've changed our mind and just walk back in like the Greens claim they would do, that's preposterous and won't happen. And that's pretty much like
I don't disagree with you that much on this, Polly. I don't think we're rejoining tomorrow. I think we need to rebuild relationships, but particularly in light of Donald Trump.
Yes, but
we have an
unfortunately what
increasingly
you're
unpredictable
saying,
American president.
what you're saying is, oh, we would rejoin the EU.
I said rejoin when the conditions are right.
Also, he said he wanted to rejoin. He didn't say we'll just, like, do it. Like, having a personal opinion, and indeed having a party policy, and saying, oh, we can just achieve that shit on the first day, obviously not. No one thinks we're joining the EU in the next 5 years, because that's not going to happen, obviously.
Practically impossible, and is not about having a grown-up relationship.
Believe it or not.
Oh, grown-up adults in the room with children. Oh.
Yeah, like a grown-up politics, Polly. I mean, you want to have a look at Keir Starmer's last few weeks.
Yeah, exactly. The adults in the room have unfortunately all been nonces.
I find this almost impossible if we're not going to resolve this tonight. So I am going to move this on because, you know, the part...
Do you remember when we used to have sex scandals involving adults? That was the thing.
Can we just have Stephen Milligan again, please?
Yeah, exactly. Can Keir Starmer just asphyxie wank himself to death, please? Honestly, that might be the only way he gets rid of him. And then Andy Burnham can take his position or something, I don't know.
Stand in Holborn and St Pancras.
Yeah, fuck it, why not? Yeah, bollocks to it. If we're going to fucking parachute people anyway, yeah.
Owner of Manchester United, multi-billionaire Jim Ratcliffe does an interview today in which he uses... he says the UK has been colonised by immigrants. Really, many would say, inflammatory, unpleasant language. The Prime Minister has told him to apologise. Do all of you think he should apologise for using that kind of language?
I think they were disgusting comments, but we have to remember Keir Starmer was the one that echoed Enoch Powell with his Island of Strangers speech.
For which he has also apologised.
True and based. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Polanski, if you ever need a getaway driver for a bank job, give us a bell.
But
I mean, I don't really know why we're taking any notice of this man. He's complaining about a number of people in this country. He's not one of them. He's a tax exile in Monaco. And I'm afraid to go back to our original conversation. I wonder why...
If you're a tax exile, you should be able to own a company in the UK.
No, absolutely not. 100%. 100. I mean, you should stop calling these people British.
Yeah, if they're not. Yeah, he's was it Monegasque or whatever?
Monegasque.
Monegasque.
Yeah.
Have a better fucking demonym than that. Stop being silly.
Well,
says the Brummie.
It's like everyone goes, oh, Lewis Hamilton, he's such a British sporting hero. No, he is a Monegasque sporting hero, I think you'll find.
Yeah, and the rest of them are either Monegasque or Swiss.
Yes, and I mean, actually, very few of them are Swiss. I think it's all Monegasque now.
Oh, is it? You used to be Swiss back when I used to watch.
Yeah, so they all just live in Monaco. The only ones who aren't are either the rookies, who just haven't moved yet.
Haven't earned enough money to want to do it necessarily.
Well, they don't know whether they have a long-term future in Formula One.
Yeah.
There's Fernando Alonso, who just lives in Spain because he likes contributing to the Spanish economy.
And is Spanish, so that makes sense.
And is Spanish.
Yeah.
And Isaac Hadjar, who is French and therefore is not allowed to be a tax exile in Monaco.
Is that true? The French don't allow it?
Yep, Monaco. The I think it was the part of the secession agreement from Monaco, or something like that. Insofar as they're not allowed to do it,
because isn't it a protectorate of France?
Yeah.
Because like that makes sense because they don't have a fucking army or anything. But like, surely that so the French taxpayer. I suppose because the French taxpayer is paying to like patrol the waters or whatever. Yeah, then the French taxpayer shouldn't be able to escape to Monaco.
Yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
We spend so much money, so much time listening to elderly white men and their opinions. I think we should be ignoring him and marginalising him, and rather listen to the people who are in this country who are contributing.
Of all of the fucking demographics that you could choose to attack him over, like, he's a billionaire.
Yeah.
That's why he's bad, right? I mean, of course, it is usually older white people who do have these opinions, but that's not a monolith, right? Whereas the billionaires almost monolithically support this shit.
Exactly. They're not adults in the room. They're adults on the island.
True.
Not this island. A different island full of nonces.
I want to make this country better.
Now, obviously, there's nothing elderly about you, David, but nonetheless, I want your view on this.
Well, I just think he's plumb wrong, and it's sort of obvious he's wrong. Yes, he should apologise. Look, what is the overwhelming British national characteristic? It's
casual racism. Sorry, casual violence.
I mean, liking going to the pub.
often combined with casual racism and violence.
It's true,
yeah.
true.
Yeah.
It's funny that Nigel Farage's pitch to voters was we're going to make children suffer so that your 8 a.m. pint of Ruddles is 5% cheaper. And I'm just like, yep, that sounds like a British policy.
And they're going to have pint glasses. Proper pint glasses. None of your oh, I want a litre of beer rubbish that never happened ever.
Tolerance and acceptance of other people. And that's...
What are you talking about? When the fuck was this? When was this? When you were growing up, the party you're now a part of put out leaflets talking about if you want an N-word for a neighbour, vote Labour. I have said N-word. They did not clean that up.
It's such a like a kind of grimly funny anecdote. I'm going to bring it up again. In the 1997 election, a Tory candidate hired a loudhailer on a car to drive around Jack Straw's constituency saying, "Don't vote Labour, the candidate is a Jew," in Urdu.
That's in the seat of Blackburn, where there are a number of Hindus and Muslims and things. Yeah.
Oh yeah, literally. I mean, this was the constituency that's now represented by the Muslim sectarian. That's what they describe him as in the media. He's pretty sectarian, to be fair. Whatchamacall him, the transphobe guy, Adnan Hussein.
Adnan Hussein, yes.
Mr. Ratcliffe is not showing that at all. He ought to apologise.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is a pretty unpleasant thing for him to have said.
Oh no, now people won't want Manchester United to win like they already didn't. Honestly, for them to cock tease that kid by getting 4 wins and then draw at West Ham is hilarious.
If we could go back briefly to this Doyle thing, it doesn't seem to be going. It doesn't seem to be going away. Do you understand yet, Polly, how the Prime Minister could have just got it so wrong?
Well, I think we're going to have to find out what happened. I was interested to hear what Lisa had to say. Clearly, there's some issues to do with vetting, and we need to make sure that those processes work properly. But I think we need to understand that vetting. I mean, I'm not familiar with all of the ins and outs of how the vetting procedure works.
You should ask notable friend of paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, Peter Mandelson, who literally did the vetting for your party.
Also, what's crazy, right? I'm just reading Jack Straw's Wikipedia article.
Go on.
In 2013, there was a massive scandal, apparently.
Because he did some racism himself, yes.
Yeah, according to Einat Wilf, a former member of the Knesset, among the main obstacles to peace in the Middle East was the amount of money available to Jewish organizations in AIPAC in the United States, which is used to control US policy in the region, an opinion common among opponents of Israel.
Who said that?
According to... This was Jack Straw who said this.
Jack Straw said that?
Yeah. The Zionist Federation of Great Britain and Ireland said that Straw's comments echo some of the oldest and ugliest prejudices about Jewish power and go far beyond mere criticism of Israel.
Why didn't he lose the whip? For being an anti-Semite.
It's in 2013 as well. Ed Miliband was labelled, another Jewish man was labelled leader.
Yeah, it would have been funny if a Jewish man had kicked out another Jewish man for saying the obvious thing about Zionists. Yeah, okay. I thought you were going to refer to the thing where he was going about, I think, didn't Jack Straw make some racist comments about migrants or something himself? Or I think he was trying to have like a nuanced discussion about migration before that was like really a thing. And ended up being a bit racialisms. Anyway, it's 1 a.m. Can we fucking hurry up?
But I do know that quite a lot of it can be done almost with algorithms, and then they end up with people in a room making a decision and a judgment. And as I said in the House of Commons last week, and I will continue to say, if we continue to leave people in the room who decide that those people are worth the risk, we end up with bad decisions.
There's also something called the smell test, which people seem to have forgotten about. But anyway, that's it. There's a new government motto, time flies.
Okay, so that's it. That's it. You're not going to talk to Zach Polanski again?
Ask my 2 questions.
What was the fucking point?
Did we do a bunch of things before?
I don't know. I don't think so. Did I? No, it was Lisa Nandy.
Just Lisa Nandy.
It was Lisa Nandy. Yeah, he doesn't appear. He doesn't appear until like 2/3 of the way through, and then he asks him 2 questions and goes, "Oh, see you later, lads." What was the point?
Well,
why waste everyone's time? That rubbish.
Well, we got some good John Curtis content at least.
True, we did get some absolute banger from the crypt. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did I hear right? She said the Brits. Well, yeah, but that's just British. It's just a shortening of British. You know, like when we say Yank, it's a shortening of
Yankee.
Yankee. Yeah. Which, interestingly, was originally a slur that people would use. Not just from the north or south. Like it was a slur. Same with macaroni.
Yeah. In Australia, the slur for Americans is seppo, which is short for septic tank, which is a Cockney rhyming slang for yank.
Hang on, hang on. Where is that? Sorry, what?
It's in Australia.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes seppo, because everything in Australia has to end in an O.
Yeah.
Dave-o.
They say Maccas rather than Maccos, which is for, well, we say Mackeys for McDonald's, which is weird.
Yeah, and they call things, they call flip-flops thongs, which is
thongs.
just...
Burger King is Hungry Jacks. The most insane change of branding for Australia I've ever seen, right? Just Eat is called Menu Log. What the fuck?
Oh, well, no, the best one is, do you know what they call Countdown in Australia?
No.
Okay, so in Countdown, for those who don't know, Countdown is a British daytime TV show, which is basically people who are sick from work and school and old people who aren't at work. And it's a game involving making up words out of 9 letters and then trying to get a mathematical equation out of numbers. So it's just letters and numbers, right? So in Australia, the series is called Letters and Numbers.
That's very American coded.
Yeah. Okay, Australia, we get it. We get it. Okay. Anyway, on that bombshell, go and say hello to Zach.
Absolutely. Go and follow Kevin Logan over on YouTube and Twitch chat. I demand you do so.
Yeah, everyone go and follow No Justice MTG, who is having a very late night considering you've got to catch a train to London tomorrow. Well, today.
I do have to catch a train to London in 9 hours.
Jesus Christ, I apologise. Okay, everyone go and follow fuck it, Ico Rules is going on YouTube, so go there.
I'm going to send people over into President Sunday over on YouTube.
I've already been unsubscribed from him because I didn't see him live. I've already been did he ban me?
He's been demonetized on his main channel, so he streams on at President Sunday Prime.
Oh, okay, that's why I didn't see him then. Okay, I'll send you over to the Noisy Immigrant on Twitch. Go and say hello to them. Jesus, I just did a Just did a burp. The noisy immigrant, or is it just noisy immigrant? No, I can't find him.
Oh well.
Okay. Go and say hello to Jason Society then. Boom. Yes, I'll be back possibly tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe question
Please
time
do.
or something.
My chat needs a chaperone.
Yes, fair enough. Yeah.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine and that. Bye.